my seal of approval. Deadly Grounds coffee is my guilty pleasure. The aroma is so intoxicating. It brings all of my neighbors out of the woodwork. Deadly Grounds coffee. Coffee to die for and zombie approved. It's good to get a little deadly.
Use the front door!
Oh, they're so disgusting.
Welcome. We are live and we have our first guest in the stream already, so we are going to add him right now. Welcome to the show.
What are you doing? What's going on? Hello to everybody.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. We're in Portland and still alive, so that's a good thing.
Definitely a plus.
Yeah, but having a great time. Finishing Gecko 2.0 tour here and just underway, and looking forward to being on the road here for the next month and hitting over on the East Coast next week there. It should be a lot of fun.
I can't wait. Next Friday is the day that I am waiting for.
Awesome. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Nick's comic strip up in Danvers, Massachusetts from noon to 5, September 27th. So September 26th, Saturday there. So
yeah, and I got Friday.
Yeah. We got quite a bit of traveling. It'd be a good time to have a chauffeur, but we'll get there when Gecko gets up to Boba status there.
Yeah, well, hopefully. I mean, I'm looking forward to the Mandalorian spin-off show.
Yes, well, if anything, just even getting into some of more of the canon there would be more than a gift there. But like I said, all the Empire Strikes Back bounty hunters, I mean, they were on that platform for probably 1 minute. And it takes a little while for, I think, their lore to manifest itself. So hopefully the same will be for Gecko there.
Well, I'm a fan. Because it's you, Gecko is not my favorite.
You're too kind. Thank you. No, everybody's been so amazing. I'm from New York and LA, and a lot of times people are so self-centered in many ways, and not in a bad way, but they're just all kind of focused on their own goals. And I just can't tell you how grateful I am for the outpouring of support. I was in Boise, Idaho last night. It was the first time I was ever there in my life. And just people coming out of the woodwork, dressing up, doing cosplay. And it also brings me such joy too, because this is the first time a lot of them have been able to have an event to get together. So it's nice to know I've been sort of the cause of creating sort of gatherings in 2020, even though I know some people would talk down about that. But to bring people together in unity and in sort of a peaceful environment, I think is the greatest way to get people together, and not to mention supporting small business.
Right, and you've also been wearing, you've been distancing, you're limited how many people are sitting with you at a time. So you're doing it the right way. Yeah,
I mean, the whole self-deprecating joke is I'm not Jason Momoa, but yes, that is true. We are just doing fist bumps, and it is kind of a moderate crowd, which just works out perfectly. So it's something for the local Star Wars community to do, but also at the same time not dangerous in any way there.
Yeah. So you also, I know you don't have a ton of time, but I appreciate you taking the time that you have. You're clearly, you're traveling because you're the one driving there. We haven't gotten the show yet. Maybe next year. But you also have the film coming out. Like, you're still working. You're still busy.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's no worry about that. I mean that in the most humbling way. I think we've set such a foundation, at least for the character actor roles, that I think will be okay for many, many years to come. But Anonymous Killers was a project in the works for 4 years for me, for 14 years for the director. He served 18 years behind bars, and this is going to be quite a piece for those that are horror fans, that are fans with social issues where it's not necessarily.
Oh shit!
Yeah. It's not necessarily spoon-fed to you, but just in a way to where, it's easy to digest no matter where you come from on the spectrum of social issues right now. And I think it's going to be an outstanding film. My star is Romero Scarinelli. It'll be available on Amazon, iTunes, Vudu, and also Google Play October 6th. So I appreciate everyone supporting there. It really is going to be quite a treat if, again, you're fans of sociological thrillers or horror films, so to speak, as well.
Well, it's not just that. I also have this lovely thing that you sent out to me. I wanted to show it off a little bit. Gets added to the Dominic because I've also got the automatic. The coins, I think, my favorite.
The fans love the challenge coins. Yeah, absolutely. No, I've just been so grateful to you as well, just for everyone supporting my career. It's such an oversaturated market in so many ways. So for whatever I can do in terms of just showing my appreciation to people that are coming out and supporting, you've been there with me since Megalodon. So really greatly appreciate you guys, Ashes as well there, and I can't wait to see you guys next week.
Oh yeah, that's going to be great. Speaking of Megalodon, I do need your signature on this. This is and we're actually
yeah, it's so funny. There was somebody in Chicago who had the DVD, and they wanted me to even put a quote on it. I think it was that ship is as dead as your freedom or something like that. I forget what I say to Amy Schultz when we're down in the little, the holding cell there. But I just was so amazed, and I'm looking at them thinking like, are they being serious? And they genuinely are. Like, people just genuinely enjoy asylum films, which I like I said, I'm really blown away with. But I mean, make no mistake, no matter what the budget was, I definitely gave 110% on that project from start to finish there.
Yeah, about Rhythm podcast, he watched the movie because it was one of the because I'm a patron of his, so I got to choose a film for him. And his quote was, and he's the best film critic I know. His quote was, "Look forward to Dominic Case's career."
Oh, very nice. That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, everybody's been so terrific. And like I said, I've realized it more than ever now with the Star Wars universe, because again, when you have under 1 minute screen time, and to get this amount of support to an extent to where, again, they've single-handedly carried me on their shoulders for this entire year. And I can't tell you how grateful I am for that, because obviously we are at limited resources right now in Hollywood. So I've just been very overjoyed with the support of the fan base there, no matter how small or how big they've been over the last so many years.
Well, and it's Star Wars, so it's built-in fan base to begin with, and the fact that your character has such a cool look, the great gun, like that's one of the things that most about Star Wars is the weapons.
Yeah,
Han Solo's Boba Fett's gun, even from the disintegrator.
Yes. Yeah. And out of those 25 bounty hunters that day, or the 24 characters, I definitely picked the biggest blaster for sure. So hopefully Gecko's blaster will be in that level of lore in one day or another, one way or another with the franchise there. But yeah, his gauntlets and his blaster are really something to be talked about without question.
Oh, I agree. And I'm totally willing to work very deeply and write the Gecko.
I appreciate you all. We're in talks with Pop right now, and we're just hopeful that we'll be the Tom Brady of the draft pick of Star Wars Pops there, and I would love to do a tour with that next year. So fingers crossed.
Oh, that would be fucking bad. That would be so amazing.
We're hopeful. I keep telling him, I don't know how they did with the merch on the sequel trilogy, and then also with Solo and with Rogue One. But I keep telling him, I'm like, hey, 1985. I'm like, there was 17 figures, and they're the most coveted ones. I said, I think Gecko could be the blue snaggletooth of Mandalorian. So please consider it.
Yeah, that's the whole time.
Yeah.
And, totally agree.
Fingers crossed.
All right, so we have a guest in the spring. We're going to have her in because she's a very important person. It's Jeanette, and I would like you to meet Jeanette.
Nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you too.
Absolutely. Where are you? You're over on the East Coast as well, Rhode Island or Massachusetts?
Yep, I'm in Connecticut.
Oh, nice. All right. Well, I know it might be a little more of a drive, but hopefully you can make it up there to Nick's Comics. It'd be great to meet you.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
We'll hope you're safe during this time and everything's going well.
Yeah, Jeanette, very talented artist in the room here. Some of her art, if you look behind me, and on my shirt, Jeanette is an artist for how much you tip us. We teamed up and have a book out.
Yeah,
Very
it's
cool.
been a lot of fun putting that one together. That one we started in 2015, so it's been a little bit of a time coming, but it's really exciting to see it finally polished and actually out there now.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So let's see. So, someone's got a question or comment. So I'm putting it up on the screen here. Dominic, remember the thing? I'd totally forgotten until he just mentioned it. Now the memories are coming back and on.
Yeah, that's the hope is, a mail away gecko. I think, even now with the Razor Crest, I had a gentleman in Indiana make a minifigure of gecko. And there's only, I want to say 150 of them made. I've got 50 of them on tour. But yeah, I mean, that was the special thing with Star Wars fans amongst any other universe was just, and I think with Pokemon is too. I'm not a Pokemon player. I'm not into it too much. But those rare side characters, I mean, a lot of times they end up fetching the most amount of money there. So, you never know. Fingers crossed. I know that they initially had no plans for him, but we made quite a few waves over this past 12 months or so. And fingers crossed, like I said, that they would consider it just because I think we've had a nice impact on the fan base there.
Now, Dominic, you're traveling with a lot of different merch. Tell us about some of the stuff that you do have. Might pique the collectors.
Absolutely. And to sort of humble myself, what I did was I have the props. I have the lighted tracking fob. I've got the bounty hunter puck that lights up. And then I also have Beskar. So these were all 3D printed and made for me. But also just out of respect, instead of charging for the autograph and charging for the prop, it's sort of a 2-for-1. So if you buy the prop, it comes with a signed print. So it's just kind of my way of saying thank you to the whole fan base. Also out of respect to those who may perhaps want one of the A-list or A-team to sign it, or they just want it as the prop by itself without anyone signing it. And they range from just $30 to $40 there. So really look forward to people coming out at Nick's on September 26th. And no charge for selfies also. That's kind of my way of giving back as well to so many who are going through a hard time right now. Finances are tough. I remember I was in Sioux City, Iowa on July 18th, and there were a few families of 4 or 5 that came in and they said, hey, you could just see it in their eyes. They said, we just want to get a photo with you. And I was so grateful to do that, just understanding that people are really struggling right now out there. And part of the reason, again, that we're out there is also to support these businesses. In my opinion, all businesses are essential right now, especially the backbone of this country are the mom and pops that are getting out there and getting it done themselves, just like Gecko's doing in his own little right there. So I hope to see you guys. And a lot of fun challenge coins, patches. We've got beautiful prints from illustrators that I've worked with over the past year. I've created some of the best reproductions there from their amazing work of Gecko. So I hope to see you guys. It'll be a really fun Mandalorian day, and not to mention a great way to support a local comic book store up there in Danvers.
Well, we have a comment for you. Oop, hitting buttons and things. So I'm still getting new StreamYard. So it says, remember the debacle with the Boba Fett action figure and packs, which we ended up sending in the and out the I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all those little things. I mean, they're such great collectibles, and then you go to the whole 1985 series, which has 17 figures, and they're, literally, I think the cheapest one loose is about maybe $200. I just paid $400 for a yak face because now when I was on the tour for the first time, I know I'll never get laid again.
That's awesome.
But the comic book stores all throughout the country, I finally caught the bug for the final 17. I don't collect much, so I have it very isolated to only specific collectibles. But the final 17, I caught the bug. I got Barada. I got one of the Ewoks. Then I got Yak Face and a Monomon. So I've got 13 left there. But I again, they really, if they market them the right way and they do a sort of a limited release, which I'm hoping they do, maybe perhaps with the Gecko Pop, it would be great to sort of, like I said, be that little blue snaggletooth or that rare Boba Fett there.
I want a I collect Funkos, and I would love no Funko.
They have an ambitious request, that unfortunately the minimum purchase would be 30,000 units. I'm crazy enough to do it and take about 6 to 7 months off with maybe perhaps a warehouse in the Midwest where I'll do sort of a figure eight all around the country and visit all different places for that amount of time. People work a million times harder. I think I could chuck around my own Funko Pop for 6 months.
Oh yeah. We got another comment. Reminds me of the beat nerd.
Yep.
I wish
That's
I
changed
didn't.
a lot now. Like, what? You're not a nerd? What do you do with your life?
No, please. Like I said, $400 on a 1985 figure. I think that's going off the deep end there. So, but no, I'm just joking, of course.
No, it's and that's the thing. Like all this stuff that we had when we were kids. Now it's just like all the stuff like mom threw away because it would take too much room. Now this is stuff everybody wants.
Yeah, I mean, I never got. I mean, I loved He-Man. I loved. I didn't love Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but oh my God, even The Simpsons. The thing is for me is that when I was a kid, I took them out of the box. I took them out of the carded back, and that's the thing is that those are the ones that really are the most value. But for me, even if I went back to Caldors, which was kind of like a Walmart in New York back in 1980, and I bought all the Han Solos up. I mean, it still would be annoying to just put them away in a box and leave it in your grandmother's attic for 100 years. So I don't know. I mean, I think obviously it's awesome that it keeps its value, but that was the whole fun, was creating and playing with them and having those fond memories of imagination. Something that we used to have before all the apps that we have on this amazing phone now.
Yeah, it's crazy. You go back and you think about it. It's like, oh, you should have it in the box. Like, I was 6. I was playing with it.
Yeah. You go back even farther. I guess the Mickey Mantle rookie cards, the kids used to put in the bicycle spokes so they can hear that little sound. And I'm sure they're regretting it too.
I don't know. I like buying figurines and stuff as an adult, and I still take them out of the package. I'm like, it needs to live its life.
Absolutely. Or you want to set up a diorama or something. Like even the standoff in Navarro in episode 3. People have the Lego ship. You want to create, your Mandalorians battling against the bounty hunters there and such. So yeah, I mean, why did you keep? I have my little minifigure I created carded. And somebody had this really cool card back down in Dallas, and then I got the clamshell. But again, I don't blame the kids for wanting to take it out and then hold it.
Yeah, it's not the same. It's looking. I mean, even sometimes it's cheap enough. One stays package.
Yes, that I hear is one of the main the hobbies. There is one that stays away and one that you take out.
Because it depends on what it is and how much you're paying for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now, how have you been? We haven't
My life has been a spinning wheel of chaos, but I'm trying to stay positive. And honestly, good things have been happening despite all the bad stuff that's been going on. So I'm really excited about the book coming out, and I've had a couple opportunities that I can't talk about yet, but I'm very excited to be drawing for. So I'll change subject, and my cat is okay. We were at the vet ER this morning. We got back at like 4:30, 5 a.m. She had the fever. She was really sick, but that's the chaos. The good thing is she's okay. So life's been interesting.
Oh, good to hear.
Yeah, my cat has damage on the back because we found here. So he's all wrapped with neosporin and so it seems to come around. Well, Dominic, you've got you're right on time. You're probably less. We can go if you head out. But before you go, a couple more steps on the floor and where to follow your media.
Absolutely, yeah. Lair of the Gecko on Facebook, Dominic Pace on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook. We are in Portland tomorrow from 1 to 4 p.m. at Rogue Toys. Then over at Rogue Toys in Salt Lake City, we have quite a drive tomorrow night for Sunday. And then we're going to end up actually in Three Oaks, Michigan. And that's going to be on Tuesday between 4 and 8 p.m. at Comic Zone. And that's going to be for Tuesday. On Friday, we are over in Pittsburgh. You can check it all out in Lair of the Gecko. But just on Saturday, the 26th is going to be Boston and Danvers, Massachusetts. The 27th, White Plains, New York. The 29th is going to be Baltimore in Maryland. And then we go down to Knoxville, Tennessee for October 1st. It's going to be Atlanta, Georgia, October 2nd, and then Little Rock, Arkansas, October 3rd, followed by Wichita, Kansas, October 6th. So I look forward to everybody supporting. We're happy to be out there supporting the Star Wars community as well as the small business, and appreciate everyone's support of Gecko the Bounty Hunter there as well. Thank you for having me. And best to you, Jeanette. Yeah.
And
Awesome. How do they know that? I can't believe it. Wow. Oh my
Fans
God.
have superpowers when it comes to Google.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 45 years old. What I've been saying is I've loved the best way I can, and I've done what I love in my life in terms of my career. So that's all we can do in terms of life insurance. You know, that's the best we can do. So I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Have fun on your tour, Dominic.
Thank you, Jeanette. All the best to you. Hope to see you Sunday there.
Yeah, I'll see if I can make it.
Awesome. Okay.
All right, and we have one more person to add to the stream.
Yay!
And that is Hansi Oppenheimer. Hello.
Hi guys, how are you?
Doing all right. Glad you could join us. Very happy to see you.
Thanks for the invite.
Hold on, I have a banner set up for you. Let me.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you. We can see you, and I have a nice little banner scrolling across the bottom for you. I made it up just for you because if people have not heard of this, if you are a fan of Joe R. Lansdale and you have not heard about All Hail the Popcorn King,
Where the hell have you been?
yeah, this documentary, because we interviewed you on the Indie Creator Spotlight on the Dorkening a couple of weeks ago.
Ah, yes.
And I had told you I had never read anything that Joe had written. And after seeing this, I was like, oh my God, I have to read something. And it was to the point where I even messaged him on Twitter and he responded back to me with a recommendation.
That's awesome.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. He's great. He's really accessible.
We're about to be joined by another lovely young lady. And here we go. It's Ashes.
Yay! Hi, Ashes.
Oh, I hope if I turn my mic on. Hello.
It does help.
You're a professional.
Well,
I know exactly what I'm doing.
I'm managing some of the other guests that are chatting with us here.
Oh my goodness. I feel like everyone in this chat has some pretty epic hair.
Not me.
I need to die again, but I've been trying.
We have a similar aesthetic going on here.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
So Hansi, I'm oh, sorry, I had somebody. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Tell us a little bit about the documentary.
Sure. It's I would consider it a fan film documentary. Because it's about Joe Lansdale, but it's all about my interactions with him too, and like him showing me his life in Nacogdoches and my response to it. So it's not like a standard, like, you know, this is all his works kind of documentary. It's not a Ken Burns documentary. This is very like transformative media. You know, I'm asking him about the books I love and how they came about, And he showed me where he grew up and how he could see the honky tonk and the movie and the drive-in movie theater from where they lived out the window, and like all the things that came together in his head to the massive media giant that he is.
Now, one of the things that I liked the most from that documentary was, it was probably that guy's least favorite scene, but watching Joe show off his martial arts prowess. Tell us a little bit about filming that.
Well, I didn't film that. That was actually from a demonstration he had done at another con.
Oh, okay.
He's only teaching occasionally now, but he's a 12th level black belt. So, and he created his own form of martial arts in Schwan. But yeah, that was one of his students that he's like throwing all over the place. So one of the things everyone I interviewed, like Bruce Campbell and James Purfly, everyone who had been on a set with him, had said, like, don't fuck with Joe Lansdale. He will take you apart.
And it's true. Like, there was...
He wanted to, but he's such a sweet and even-tempered person. Unless it was about his family or, something important, Joe would just, he's got nothing to prove. I know. But we've been getting a lot of good press on the film, and I'm really proud of it. We're looking for distributors, which is a whole nother aspect of this thing that I'm not familiar with, and I'm learning. This is, I guess, the biggest film I've done. So,
you've done multiple films.
Oh yeah, I've been making films since the 80s, so, but really documentaries strictly for 20. And they're fan documentaries, they're about fandom. Quite a few of them are about women in fandom, so women identifying as a fangirl and how the term is, or cosplay, and if you're non-binary, or various ways cosplay can be used to express something that you might not be able to express in your normal life. I'm very committed to showing diversity and inclusion, and the fan perspective. I think fandom is really important. And I think fans have a responsibility to be, to be supportive, but also like not cancel culture, but call out culture. Like if we see something that's really offensive, I think it's our responsibility to say, like, we understand, but maybe at that time that was okay, but this is no longer okay, and we can call it out. It doesn't mean throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we do have to discuss why things are problematic.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Now, before we go any further, I would just like to introduce you to my better half here. This is my amazing wife, Ashes Von Nightmare.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Hi, you too.
Now, there was some question when we first interviewed you as to whether it was Hansy or Hansi, and you explained it to us a very specific way.
Yeah.
Do you remember how you mentioned how easy it is to remember?
Oh, like Han Solo.
There you go.
Yeah, dude.
That's perfect.
That's very easy to remember.
I will never forget that.
Right?
Hansi, like Han Solo. See.
Something I stumbled upon going to Starbucks. Because if I said just write Han like Solo, because otherwise, God, like
Get all
Chance,
like
I don't know what they do with normal names, but Hansi. I mean, it's just Johnny in German. It's not, that really that unique name, but I don't like it mispronounced. Like anyone, nobody likes their name mispronounced.
And that,
and Hansi, this reminds me of like my 6th grade teacher who hated me and knew I hated it and said it that way on purpose.
rude.
Horrible.
It reminds me of the episode of The Tick where they have the villain Thrakkerzog, and the Tick kept getting his name wrong. He's like, what is it? Flackerzog? Thrakkerzog. 4 yaks and a dog? Thrakkerzog. Susan. Oh, now you're doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
I would love to make a documentary about Ben Edlund one day. He's another, just incredible talent. But yeah, I mean, I have a whole tick cosplay I do, and it's the only one of my cosplays that's not so obscure that people actually like. I'm running out of bars at San Diego Comic-Con to take pictures of me. Usually they're so obscure, like 3 people are like, "Oh, that's cool." But my tick is like the tick helmet, like tank top, tutu, Doc Martens.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I got the picture with Patrick Warburton and what's the man who played Arthur in the most recent one?
Oh shit! What was his name? I'm picturing his face, and I can't.
Yeah, he's really sweet. I interviewed all those guys, and
I apologize, Arthur.
Griffin Newman.
Yes, there you go.
Yes, I got a picture with them, and I had asked them a question during a panel the day before, and then when I showed up, they're like, "So that's you."
Griffin Newman. Yes, someone just popped that up.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that got canceled. That's another one,
Justin.
Oop. We have a call coming in.
All right.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, boss?
Hey, it is Spencer Gray, director of the upcoming Axe to Grind Part 2. Spencer, how you doing?
I'm doing kind of like the weather, 50-50.
50-50. Well, you're
fair to Midland.
There you go. Well, I mean, that's better than bad, I guess.
Well, I don't even know the idea but all right.
Well, Spencer, let me introduce you around the room. We are here with Jeanette Andromeda, who is the amazing artist behind the illustrations in the upcoming book that we collaborated on. How much do you tip an exorcist?
So hello.
Yeah, I'm as soon as I get around to it, I'm gonna buy that. I swear to God.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, I know you're busy with school, and I would also like to introduce you to Hansi Oppenheimer, who is a documentarian, filmmaker, writer, jack of many trades. She's got a documentary about Joe R. Lansdale that's coming out, and I got a chance to see it, and it's phenomenal.
All this amazing female talent.
Yeah, I mean, something you know a little bit about your film.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and Snake with a human tail was pretty female heavy. So yeah, that's kind of stuff I kind of stuff I like. I think men had their time and blew it. So if you could,
and I agree.
I appreciate your honesty.
Hansi, what did I tell you about women taking over?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
I said, can you hurry up and do it already?
Yeah. I mean,
we're trying. Okay? We're trying.
Yeah, believe me.
True.
But yeah, it's. I think a lot more women are speaking out. A lot more, diverse voices are speaking out, and you're seeing like on Shudder, like more films about LGBTQ, people and diverse backgrounds, and I think that's a great thing, and that's what we need, and less of white man's perspective. But that doesn't mean to say like white men should just stop making things because they've made some wonderful things, Just let other people
really
play.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to step on you. You're kind of splattering a little bit, or maybe it's not. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. I just I was only getting little bits and pieces of what she was saying, so apologies.
We're saying share your sandbox. No, I'm just kidding. We're saying we want to hear more about what you've been up to.
I could have been talking bad about my mama just then. I don't know. Still sounding like you're talking to me from beyond the grave.
We're using two different connections. I've got you, Spencer. I've got you through my phone, and these ladies are on the broadcast. So there might be a slight delay between. So I'll try to to accommodate this a little bit better. So,
all right,
Spencer, you in addition to currently going to school at you're at OU right now. You are you guys are going to be starting filming and very soon. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's the game plan. I can't really get into specific dates, but yeah, the first week in December is our tentative go date. You know, and the reason I say tentative is because, well, you know, the world may not even be here in December. But hey, let's well, so. You know, pandemic willing, God forbid there's no apocalypse. We're on schedule. So thank the universe for that.
And you guys are in the midst. You've got 1 week left for your Indiegogo campaign. And you guys are just over $51,000 raised.
Great.
Woo!
On a goal,
Thank you.
an original goal of 15 grand.
Wow.
Nice.
So impressive.
And I know you can't say much about it, but you guys are trying to get, you know, in addition to Debbie Rashawn and Stormy Daniels, you're trying to get another major player in the horror community. How close are we on that?
Patsy, you always try to get me in trouble, dude. You just can't leave stuff. No, I'm kidding. You know I love you. I don't know. I can't say. Didn't we have this issue last time?
Yeah, I know. I was trying to get you to
Yeah.
drop bombs, but no, I know. I don't want you to get in trouble.
No, brother. I'm not mad at you. I'm just playing.
I love Debbie. She's awesome. I did a podcast interview with her for my brief Women in Horror podcast, and we become friends. You know, she has a documentary on trauma, and they were interested in streaming the Lansdale doc. So yeah, I love Debbie. Debbie's awesome.
Yeah, she was great. She joined us. We did a live show right around the time when the Kickstarter, the Indiegogo began, and we had lots and lots of the folks from the film. We had Matt Gulbranson, we had Catherine King, we had Erin Marie Garrett. We have a few folks who are going to be returning tonight. Jess Snyder's going to be coming on. Rhiannon Nicole is going to be coming on. Rachel Hoffman's going to be coming on, and Rachel's got another project that she's going to be discussing as well. One that I'm also interested in trying to get some folks that they can get some folks to help promote that as well, because there's some good people there. Yeah, there's a lot of talent in that room. What did I call it? The Expendables of indie horror, I think.
All the best people.
That's what I've been hearing.
I mean, I think that's a pretty apt description. Now, speaking of Expendables and action, I want to get your guys' opinion on this, because this made me really frustrated to the point where I had to make my own list the other day. But Men's Health released their list of the top 27 action films of all time. And I know you guys are all into movies. You make movies. So my question is, do you think this is a valid list when it excludes Predator, all the Lethal Weapon franchise, and places Men in Black at number 16 ahead of Die Hard, Old Boy, and Raiders of the Lost Ark? I'll start with you, Spencer. Do you think that is a valid list?
Hell no. Men in Black. Stig Larsson of fucking movies, man. It's the worst thing ever. I don't even remember. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't want to talk. You know, I don't talk bad about. I try not to. I only talk bad about politicians. But in this case, Men in Black, please. I don't know. If y'all like it, forgive me, and don't throw tomatoes at me or anything. But, yeah, well, Men in Black shouldn't even be on the list. What is this? What kind of list is this?
What was the title of this list again?
This was Men's Health top 27 action films of all time. Chris Nigro of Wild Hunt Press is in here, and he is saying, and oh my God, hold on, this is Chris Nigro, because Ash has the stream up so I can see who is actually making these. It's Chris Nigro of Wild Hunt Press, ahead of Commando 2. Yes.
What? That's no. I mean, like, I like
Did you
Men
say,
in
like-
Black, but I don't think it's like
No,
better than a whole bunch of those things on the list.
it's definitely not. What is it? Top 20?
Top 27, which is a weird
who
arbitrary
does a
number
top
to begin
27?
with.
It should be called I got drunk one night and decided to list 27 films that kind of have some action stuff.
I've only seen
You know what they
27
did?
movies.
They,
and here's my ranking.
they had a Ashes Bond Nightmare amount of wine, and then they went to a keyword generator and went blog post title, and they're like 27. Okay, and then they went to IMDb and said action movies, and then just like rolled a dice and picked whatever the dice said.
So you took a D20, and this was clearly a natty one that they rolled for number 16. That's like,
Pick like my 27 favorite movies. I mean, it's generally like the top 100, and they can be changed at any time. I don't commit myself, although the Wild Bunch always stays up there.
yeah, and that wasn't on the list. The Wild Bunch was not on the list.
You're probably too young to have fucking seen it.
Now, I understand when it comes to these types of lists, when it comes to these types of movies, that it's going to be subjective based on your age, what you were exposed to, things like that. But
what would Joe Bob say?
Right? Like, what would anybody said?
Yeah. I mean, I saw the Wild Bunch in 70 millimeter at one of the theaters in New York before that theater. It was like the only one who could play a 70 millimeter. And yeah, man. Heck and body, you know?
So here's my question. I'll start with Spencer because we got a little bit of a delay here. Spencer, what do you think their number one film was, and what would be your number one action movie? And again, going with what Hansi said, you can always change it. It doesn't have to be, but like right now, what would you say? So Spencer, I'll go with you first.
And are we talking about of all time, right?
Yeah, action movie of all time.
Wow. Y'all may laugh at me, and I'm going to show my age. Billy Jack.
I am unfamiliar with that.
Yeah, Rambo, Commando. I mean, basically, Rambo especially was basically stolen from Billy Jack. I am honestly can't understand why there's never been a remake of that film. Actually, if I ever have the opportunity, I'm going to do it. I'd like to have Chris Hemsworth play Billy Jack. I think it'd be a great remake to do. And I think that it would be something for this time because racism is an issue again. And it's a beautiful, disgusting film. And I don't know. I mean, it's now if you just want like just out and out action, I'd have to say the number one action film of all time's got to be. Oh Lord. I don't know. It's like saying which pepperoni's better. I mean, you've got your canon action movies. You got your, like Death Wish 3, and I can't choose. I'm terrible at doing that. I'm not a good list guy.
Well, what do you think is their number one?
Well, what was their number one again?
Well, I'm asking you to guess what I haven't told you yet.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Given the that was Aiden. Sorry.
Hi, Aiden.
Yeah. Hey, Aiden. I would have to say I would guess since most people think that Wes Craven is a good representation of what's scary. I would have to say as far as action, probably their best pick would be. I don't know. I've got Chris Hemsworth on the Brain Extraction. That's a new one that's really good.
Interesting choice. Once everybody goes through, I'll tell you what the answer is. Hansi, same question to you.
I think it's a problematic question because, action? Are we talking Western action? Are we talking horror action? Are we talking what about John Woo, early John Woo?
There are some kung fu movies on there, like Ong Bak and The Raid made it into the top 5. Although they called it the
Okay.
Raid 2 Redemption, which isn't a movie. It's either the Raid Redemption or the Raid 2. That one went up my ass
They-
sideways because I just
They know their stuff, huh?
I just
I guess
rewatched
it-
the
I
Raid and the Raid 2 because I'd never seen the Raid 2 and I have the 2-pack. I just rewatched the Raid and I forgot how goddamn good it is. Yanyan Ruihan
Did
and
they put
Iko Uwais. Oh,
Did they put Ip Man on the
they did.
list?
Ip Man was in the top
Okay,
10.
good.
Although the guy
Okay.
reading it called it IP Man. So it's like, oh.
Oh, who wrote this?
So Hanji, it's all like, although they had I think Man on Fire or something. It's
Yeah, but which one though?
Inside
The
Man.
original's great.
They took the first one. So Hanji, it's everything. So what do you think they picked? Let's see. We have some guesses. We have Bloodsport, Terminator 2, or Aliens. Both of those were on the list, but neither of those were number one. The Great Escape or Bullet. Neither of those. Actually, no. Bullet was on the list. Great Escape was not.
Wow.
So to you, Hanji.
Wow.
I don't know what this
I don't like this list.
No, I don't either.
Either.
My own list with like 15 honorable mentions.
Right. Well, I'm going to have to guess and say Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Raiders of the Lost Ark was number 27.
What?
No shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're number one, I think, as far it's part of a I'll give you a hint because Ash has guessed this one. So it's part of a franchise. And as far as the quality of the film, this is the best one of the franchise. But as far as action goes, it's part 2. That's the best action.
Lethal Weapon.
No, Lethal Weapon. None of them were on the list.
Wow.
That's right. Sorry. The Crow?
Somebody said The Matrix. The Matrix was on the list. Justin Cooper said the Matrix. It was on the list. I think it was top 10, but it did not make number 1.
Mad Max? Was that on there?
Fury Road was on there. I believe
Because
it,
that's what I would put at the top, personally.
but it is not their number 1 choice.
Okay.
Hansi, you got to
Road
guess?
Warrior.
I did a minute ago.
No, it's not Road Warrior. They only put
Ace Ventura. That's my guess for their top action movie.
The second Terminator, maybe.
that was on the list. No, their number 1 pick was First Blood, which again, quality film,
All right.
the best of the 5 in the franchise. But part 2 is the best action. Like the POW camp, like blowing up helicopters and shit. The explosive tipped arrows. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
I take an issue with this because Men's Health panned the last Rambo movie and said it was awful. I didn't hate it. I thought it was actually one of the best ones in the franchise.
It was a lot of fun. He ripped that dude's throat out with his bare hands. Like, that was great.
Yeah. Oh, there was a lot more to it. Have you seen the director's cut? Holy shit.
No. Ooh, I'll have to. I watched it. I bought it and I watched it with my brothers and my dad and Ashes and my mom. Everybody but my, at the time, 5-year-old niece. No, we have UHF is better from Cooper.
It's just too.
The theatrical version is a Pixar movie compared to the director's cut of Last Blood. So check it out. I highly recommend it.
So did True Lies make the list?
True Lies did not make the list.
That is bullshit.
Commando made the list and T2 made the list. Let's see, what do we have? This is from Chris Nigro, who is very knowledgeable about these types of things. He says, I doubt the ninja films with a Sho Kusagi from the early 80s got on the list, but some of them, like Revenge of the Ninja and Pray for Death, are among the best action films ever. Ninja 3, The Domination, was cheesy, but still pretty damn good, in my opinion. I don't think they've ever heard of a movie like that. I think they scrolled through their Netflix queue and just added whatever movies they thought looked like action films.
If I may, I hope nobody's talking, right?
No, go right ahead.
And you probably already know this, PJ or Ashes, but in case you don't, since we're all movie buffs, I have some Commando trivia. Commando was actually supposed to be a Die Hard sequel.
I think I might have heard something
Really?
about that.
John Matrix, John McClane. They just actually, and Sinatra was supposed to play John McClane originally. Frank Sinatra.
Yes, because the book, I want to call him Upton Sinclair, but it's not Upton Sinclair. It's somebody Sinclair who wrote the book. It was Die Hard was a sequel to something else that he had written, and it starred Sinatra, and Sinatra had something in his contract that said he got first shot at any sequel, but at the time he was in his 70s.
Yeah.
So
wouldn't have worked out very well. I tell you what, though, like Bruce Willis really, he was doing like comedy before that. He was a stand-up comedian. He did Moonlighting. You know, he was doing movies like Blind Date, I think, or whatever. He's like, slapstick guy, and he moves into this dark shoot 'em up role. So you got to give the guy props, even though he's one of the biggest assholes in Hollywood.
See,
exactly. I was thinking all along, like, yeah, I can't watch him anymore because I know too many people who worked with him, and he was horrible to work with. So,
yeah, Chris Nigro
says that.
Yeah.
Oh well, he's in Netflix jail now with Nicolas Cage, so he got what he deserved.
Oh, I'm sorry, Academy Award winner Nicolas Cage.
I actually like Nicolas Cage.
I do too.
Being.
I love Nick Cage. I love Nick Cage.
Such weird, interesting choices. That's what I love about Nicolas Cage. And like his delivery is so insane. But like, I was just talking about Wild at Heart today with someone. I think with Debbie Rochon, I was talking about Wild at Heart and Sailor and Lula, and Nicolas Cage and Laura Dern, But like, there's so many action films that this list is irrelevant.
And I think, you can poke holes in any list that somebody's like, whoa, how come you didn't add this? And how come you didn't add that? Like,
but it's representative.
Right. Men in Black. And I think there was another one, like Inside Man or something. It's like, that's not an action film. It's like, what? I will say
sci-fi, the other's a thriller. It's like, how did they even come up with that?
It's like adding A Few Good Men on there. It's like, I will say one of my because we were talking about Commando, has some of the best, most quotable lines. Hey, Sully, remember when I told you I'd kill you last? I lied.
But so then it comes down to what exactly is an action film. Is it a film with a lot of like guns and explosions? I mean, is it, can it be another genre and that? Like what?
See,
I'm an Aka fan, so this might get heavy.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking just straight action, I feel like normally the kind of it goes like action and drama kind of go hand in hand. But like for me, I don't like that kind of action movie. If it's sci-fi, horror / action, or it needs to have some sort of a genre tossed in there. Like honestly, if I'm really being honest about like my favorite, Mad Max Fury Road's definitely up there, but that one's a little bit more sci-fi-ish, dystopian-ish. But like The Fifth Element, I think of as an action movie. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. So, I do genres. Where do you cross those lines? I don't know.
Yeah, I think you have to be more clear cut to say action films. I think you have to be more. If you're really going to talk about film, you have to be very specific about genres. And then there's we're the mixed genres, which like Mansdell does so well, and I love him for because like Bubba Hotep. Is that an action film? Kind of.
Could be, yeah. Spencer, what were you going to say?
It is, for
I
sure.
was going to say, I always like to have a little fun with Fifth Element fans because, I always like to say it's like Harley Quinn and Harvey Fierstein directed Blade Runner.
That doesn't sound like a bad thing at all to me.
Yeah. I mean, that's a quotable. See, to me, an action film has to have a couple of things.
Okay.
It has to have a memorable hero.
Okay.
It has, even though they're all essentially the same, but you also have to have some excellent writing. So you have to have some memorable lines that go along with memorable scenes. You know, like if I said, I ain't got time to bleed, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know?
For the world, Ma.
Getting too old for this shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did
You know,
have
I think one of the most underrated action films of all time, and it has Bruce Willis in it. Can you think of what I'm? Can you guess what I'm thinking?
underrated action films of all time with Bruce Willis in it.
Pulp Fiction.
Yes, this is one of my favorite all-time movies. It's one of my favorite all-time action films. My heart any day. Can you guess what it is?
Jeanette says Pulp Fiction.
Fonzie said that.
Oh, Boy Scout with Damon Wayans.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's
Never
a
heard
good
of that one.
Chris Nigro says, although someone did guess Hudson Hawk, I imagine Stallone's film Cobra didn't make the list. It had potential, but it didn't cut the mustard. I think.
Cobra's wonderful. Who's this guy?
Well, no, he
Who's this guy?
I can get it. The name. It's you got to have a name. Like if you look at any of Seagal's films, which I don't think any of Seagal's films made the list, but he always has to have like some like, you know, it's like, what's your name? Oh, I'm Lance Kickass, you know, or something like that. Like, that's always his name. Like, and everyone has to comment on how huge his dick is, and like, what's the one where he's in the coma? Hard to Kill. When
Hard to Kill. Yeah.
What's her name is like. You know, the nurse is taking care of him and she like lifts up the thing. She's like, lifts up his blanket. She's like, ooh, please wake up. And the very end of that movie is like as all the cops swarm in and arrest William Sadler. She's like, I love you, Mason Storm. It's like, that wasn't earned. Like, you can't just throw that shit in at the end.
Well, you know, and he's still guilty of that. And he's still making movies and they're my guilty pleasure. And some of them are just, and they get worse and worse. The one with Craig Sheffer. Have you seen the new one with Craig Sheffer where they try to do like this Jedi mind twist and at the end? And it's awful, man. I don't even remember what it's called, but it's got the dumbest like action sequences in it. And if you thought Hard to Kill had cheesy lines, try this on for size.
So in response, Chris responded to your quote, your question about Cobra, and he thinks Cobra had some memorable lines like, "You're no hero, you're a disease, and I'm the cure." All right, that was good. But like,
that was the only thing I didn't like about the movie was that line.
I didn't like his name. I didn't like his name. Like it's like they came up with like, all right, we're gonna call it Cobra. What's his name? I don't know. What's a tough guy name? Somebody give me a tough guy name. Marion? Oh, you're promoted. What are we going to make his last name? Cobretti? Yes, Marion Cobretti. Perfect. That's the next action star. It's like, get out of here.
What? I guarantee you, that's the same guy that pitched successfully Sharknado and
all makes sense.
Sold Gangster Squad in a pitch meeting. You know what? I want that guy on my team.
Yeah,
Right?
He's good at pitching.
See, what was that?
He said
he's good at pitching.
Good at pitching. Yes.
Yes.
Coop said
rated movies.
That sounds like RoboCop. I mean, but even RoboCop has like the really good dead or alive, you're coming with me. Like, and I don't know if you guys are aware, but RoboCop.
The fire department.
Your move, creep. RoboCop has been added to the Mortal Kombat roster for the latest game, and Peter Weller reprises his role as RoboCop.
That's cool.
Sweet.
And one of his fatalities is he shoots you in the dick and you explode.
They're actually doing. They're actually in talks right now to have Weller come back and do another RoboCop, which, if done properly, I think would be amazing.
I heard that it's supposed to be like a prequel, like pre-RoboCop what was it, 87, pre-87, like his career before becoming RoboCop. I will say though, and I do like Peter Weller. I liked him a lot as Batman in The Dark Knight Returns, the animated adaptation of that comic. But he had one of the worst line readings I have ever heard in Star Trek Into Darkness. He was supposed to be saying John Harrison, and he said John Harris in, and it's like, how did that make the final cut? Was
in what? They probably just didn't have a good take, honestly. They're like, this one is the only one where the TA wasn't coughing. So
it's like he kept calling him John Harris, and then like he's like, it's Harrison, John Harrison. It's like, oh God.
I mean, for God's sakes, they have money. It's not like us as filmmakers, you know.
I imagine they probably just got in the edit and went, he said it wrong. Cut in the part where he says the word in. We got it. It'll be fine. No one will notice.
Well, it's okay. We'll just get it in post. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's never fine in post. That never fixes it.
Nope.
God.
The problem's still there. You just have to work twice as hard to fix it.
All right, so we did have another because we've only got a few people watching, so they keep commenting. Chris says, since it was mentioned, I really think the first Mortal Kombat was a fantastic action film deserving to be on the list. People in the audience were cheering and jumping left and right throughout, especially when Sub-Zero and Scorpion first appeared. I will say that I enjoyed the first one. The second one went nuts. Like, they must have lowered the budget significantly because you lost Christopher Lambert or Lambert. I don't know which way it's supposed to be pronounced.
Lambert.
And they replaced him with James Remar, who, don't get me wrong, I love James Remar in one of my favorite action
Warriors.
The Warriors.
I thought you were going to say Quiet Cool, man. That's a very underrated action film. I like that movie.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Oh, man, do yourself a favor and check out Quiet Cool with James Remar back in his heyday. Great movie.
I'll have to check it out because I liked him a lot in 48 Hours.
Yeah, he was nobody. That was my first exposure to James Remar. I actually named a character, a detective, in a screenplay I wrote a long time ago called, his name was Detective James Remar, and I actually had James Remar in mind, and Michael Pare took the role. So it was like, but it was still kind of cool because I loved them both. I was an Eddie and Cruisers, Streets of Fire kind of guy, and I just hijacked your show, didn't I? I'll shut up.
Coop says RoboCop had the best bad guy. All right, so let's talk about that. Who is your and I'll again start with Spencer because of the little delay we have. Spencer, your favorite villain in an action film, like the guy that you were just, I'm so glad he just got killed.
Oh, you mean like? Okay, well, let's see. I wouldn't say he was my favorite villain because there wasn't much to the character, you know. But I have never, ever in my life been so satisfied as when Rocky puts Drago down.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why that fight got me. I wanted to go out and fight somebody.
Got you riled up.
I wanted to go out and eat a car. You know?
Sarah says,
so yeah, I mean, like, I literally had like my fingernail prints in the palms of my sweaty little hands when Rocky IV was over. So I'd have to say that was a pinnacle hero villain moment for me. But if you want to know like who I think's a great villain, I mean, you know, you got everybody from Hans Gruber to Heath Ledger's Joker. I mean, that's just a real hard thing to call.
Hansi, how about you?
This is like more TV, but it's kind of a controversial. But Xander is actually the big bad of Buffy.
Oh.
Brendan, who I really, really love, but Xander is really like the patriarchy of Buffy. more than anyone else. I mean, I actually liked all the other bad guys. I liked the mayor. I liked Ethan Rain.
All right. Jeanette?
Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Secret of the Ooze, because that's action, right?
Yeah.
So you asked me that, and I'm like, that's my favorite bad guy.
Super Shredder or regular Shredder?
No, regular Shredder.
Oh, okay.
Super Shredder's too cool, but do you remember the scene where he's like buried, of course, and then he's got the hand coming up, and it's like, the ongoing joke in my life is that moment where you have the bad guy reaching up out of the rubble or whatever is the my spoon moment.
Or, Candyman. I mean, when he says,
yes.
like, okay, please, yes, please.
Ashes, what about you? Who's your favorite villain?
Patsy, who's my favorite villain? I'm drawing a
Judging by your terrible impressions of him, maybe Hans Landa.
But see, I like him.
I just said who's your favorite.
But you said, like, who was your favorite person to watch die?
Well, no, it doesn't necessarily have to be someone that got killed. Like, it could be like someone who like lost it. Like Drago didn't die; he was in Creed 2. Like,
I do really love Hans Landa.
I'm gonna go with actually this is called a teaser. It's not an action film, but one of my favorite villains of all time. We're actually going to be talking about her on Throwdown Thursday this week. Nurse Ratched from one.
She's a true villain.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Again, it's not action, but
well, see, I didn't know we could veer off the bed. This is because it's your show and you can do what you want.
Here's goodbye.
But if I'm going action films, I'm going to go with Eric Quayland in Cliffhanger. And Cliffhanger is one of those really underrated films, and it's weird because all of the good one-liners, none of them come from Stallone. They all come from Michael Rooker.
Right? Michael Rooker so much.
Chris asked me if I liked Rita Repulsa, and I said no. But like even the last line, if you're looking for Mr. Quaylen, you'll find him about 8,000 feet south of here. He'll be the guy wearing a helicopter. Like, such great lines. All right, we do have a question from YouTube in the YouTube comments asking who did it better, Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds or James Nguyen's Birdemic Shock and Terror. It depends on what you mean by it. If you mean their 8th grade audio visual presentation, I'm going to go with Birdemic. If you're talking about create a movie where there's real suspense and drive your leading actress into a nervous breakdown, I would say Birdemic. Birdemic is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. And she also says
it's about as good as that snake movie that's just a bunch of S's. I mean, you can't even say the title. It's just.
Snakes on a Plane for a long time was that movie for me. I just thought it was the funniest.
Yeah.
All right, I've seen movies called Inhumanwich and I Was a Teenage Wereskunk, and both of those were a million times better with no hyperbole than Birdemic Shock. Like the guy and the girl are hooked up and she's like, oh, I have my own place. And he's like, I just closed $1 million deal on my giant house. Well, let's go to a hotel. Like, nobody does that.
Well, if you just closed a deal on your $1 million house, it doesn't necessarily have furniture.
No. He closed $1 million deal earlier in the day and somehow did that by offering a 50% discount. And he also drove a Mustang, a hybrid Mustang that gets 100 miles to the gallon because he cares about the environment.
Yeah, nailed it.
What?
Wow.
It's like this is
Damn
terrible.
players,
Those aren't
man.
things that happen
Winner.
in real life.
Winner.
Those are not real things.
And then they go stay at the Clown Motel.
Oh, dude, yeah.
I would have to say that, and Birdemic and Glenn Danzig's movie, and it doesn't even deserve to be called a movie. Veronica.
Oh, yes, I've heard.
I haven't seen it yet. I've been wanting to. Is it bad?
We have a friend.
I would rather stand in a line at an amusement park without my phone than sit through Glenn Danzig's movie ever again.
That bad. Wow.
We have a friend, our buddy Anthony T of Anthony T's Horror Show, which if you haven't listened to that, check it out. He's a super knowledgeable horror guy. We've had a couple conversations about this, but nothing drives him into a blind rage more than having to talk about Veronica. He hated it so much. He's like, I had to cover it for my show twice.
Hello, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Yeah, right. That's a movie that wasn't on the list but should have been. Army of Darkness.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking like, the whole Evil Dead franchise. I mean, my God.
Even, Dead by Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, I just rewatched these. Like, I've been going on this kick where I try to watch like all of a certain franchise. Like I did with Transformers and Ninja Turtles. Mad Max recently, and Army of Darkness was one. And
I remember the words. The
mumbling is part of the script. You messed that up. Only true fans know to mumble exactly right there.
All right. I said your damn words. Woo, almost knocked.
What about like women's action films, like Bitch Slap?
Oh, I was gonna say I really enjoyed Anna, and what's the other one? Dead Hooker in a Trunk is a good one. With
the sisters fucking rule. I love them. I love American Mary. I have an American Mary cosplay for whenever cons come back. But
yeah,
I love that movie so much. It's so brilliant.
What's the Atomic Blonde was fucking excellent.
Didn't see it. Not a fan of Charlie's.
Oh, it's a good film, and McAvoy is excellent in that.
Yeah, he's great. But I worked with Charlize on a film, and it wasn't fun.
No, that's understandable. I'm trying to think. Axe to Grind. That was a really good one with Debbie. Obviously, if we're going to be talking about that, we got to talk about Axe to Grind.
And even things like, Jawbreaker isn't really an action film, but
that one's.
There's a new.
I keep thinking of things that are action films.
Oh,
I'm like, this
Kill Bill.
Yes.
Yeah, Jesus. How do we not? No one mentioned Kill Bill, although that was on that list, but they said Kill Bill Part 1. See, I look at it as just one film.
Yeah,
kind of like.
Go ahead, Spencer.
Kind of like. I was gonna say kind of like John Carpenter's Halloween and Halloween 2. My brother and I took back in the when all we had was VCRs. We actually spliced together both movies and made it into one long movie, and you literally couldn't tell the film ended the way we did it. It was pretty cool.
Did you do it 6 times?
I don't. There's no telling what I've done.
But yeah, Kill Bill. I look at it. Yeah, definitely one film. How about Death Proof?
Or is it even Planet Terror?
Love Death Proof.
Planet Terror. Yeah, I mean it's mostly like that. One thing, but like that scene.
I wanted to be Rose McGowan in that film.
That's fair.
I want a gun leg.
That's it's the Rodriguez one. Yeah, she's fucking awesome in that.
Yeah.
But I'm a huge Zoe Bell fan, so getting to see that at the end of Death Proof, them just kicking the shit out of him.
And Kurt Russell, like
Yeah, like it's Kurt Russell getting the shit kicked out of him. Like that's
Stuntman Mike.
I don't remember. They only had I don't think they had any Kurt Russell movies on that. And like there's a ton of good ones.
From New York, for God's sake.
New York's not on there.
Tomahawk on there?
No, Bone Tomahawk is on my list.
Oh, that's on your list. Okay.
Yeah.
Like Bone Tomahawk, like fucking A. That way, actually, I saw it when I was out earlier today because we have some guests coming on a little bit who are part of the film Fear Farm, and I was out picking that movie up today, and I saw Bone Tomahawk on Blu-ray for $5.
Wow.
If I didn't already own this, if you haven't seen all of S. Craig Zahler's films, because there's that one, there's Brawl in Cell Block 99, which is fucking amazing. Like, it's Vince Vaughn, who's really, really good in that. Jennifer Carpenter is his wife. Udo Kier is in it. Ooh.
Yeah, I love Udo Kier.
He's creepy, scary Udo Kier.
Yeah, no, he's, ever since he was, in the Warhol films, or really the Paul Morrissey films that were the Warhol films. I mean, there's always been something really cool and creepy about him.
Yeah, he's really good in this, and it's so good. It's brutal action, and again, Zahler tends to work with like the same crew over and over again. So Brawl in Cell Block 99 and Dragged Across Concrete, which again, Jennifer Carpenter, Vince Vaughn, Don Johnson, like all the same characters again. Well, not characters, but same actors again. That one's really good. Mel Gibson's in that, and we know Mel Gibson is a good actor. He's really good in it.
He's playing a alcoholic racist. He's just playing himself.
I won't.
But yeah, there are some action movies that I would absolutely 100% recommend to a couple of people right now. If you have Netflix, I am going to recommend The Night Comes for Us, which is, if you've seen the Raid Redemption, or I'm sorry, yeah, Raid 2, not Raid Redemption, Raid 2. It's got Iko Uwais, who is fucking awesome, and it's got I forget her name, but she played the Hammer Girl in the Raid 2. She's amazing. Like, it is the best martial arts action movie I have ever seen. The Night Comes for Us on Netflix.
I was actually going to check that out tonight. I watched part of it and had something else happen, so I'm going to finish checking it out tonight.
The Devil All the Time was really, really good. I just watched that I was on Netflix. I just watched that like yesterday, and it was really good. Yeah. Sebastian Stan put on some weight for that to be like the town sheriff. And it's so weird. It's like, Bucky! What happened to Bucky?
So I have a question, because I'm a big stickler for this, and you guys are filmmakers. So when it comes to in-universe continuity, how do you feel about things like? So I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. In Avengers Endgame, there are a couple of lines. The first one is when they're putting together the big machine, and Tony Stark tells Thor to move, and he's like, "One side, Lebowski." And later on, they talk about Hot Tub Time Machine, and they use that specific name. Now, The Big Lebowski, who is the star of that?
It's face.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Bridges.
I'm drawing a Bridges. Jeff Bridges. Yeah.
The same Jeff Bridges who played the bad guy Obadiah Stane in the first Iron Man. Do you know who was in Hot Tub Time Machine? Hansi, you I haven't seen it either, but Hansi reminded me. Sebastian Stan.
Time Machine? I guess it was before the Avengers thing, so I didn't notice him,
Yeah.
Bucky, it was kind of like, eh.
But if you have a film like that, is it okay, like if they had referred to Robert Downey Jr. as like Tropic Thunder or something? Like,
Yeah, I like meta. I like when they, throw little tidbits to the fans, like a wink and a nod. I like that.
Like, I don't mind if it's a line, like a line that gets used, like in John Wick 3, when he's like, what do you need? Guns, lots of guns, which is his same line from The Matrix. That's okay. But to call out a specific property, I am not a fan. Spencer, weigh in on this for me.
Well, I'm not a big fan of homages anyway, or the kind of references you're talking about. It, and I don't think it's necessary, and I think it kind of takes you out of the moment and makes it a little cheap.
Yeah,
but that's just my.
I want more than fourth wall. I want a fifth wall. I want to be so far behind the meta that,
So Hansi, you're like a Deadpool fan.
Thing to add in there for fans, because I've definitely been watching movies and been like, oh, that's a reference to blah blah blah, and then I just nerd out, and it's fun, it's something you do for the people that are watching it.
Things that play with
but it depends on the movie,
I think if it's well placed and well done.
I was gonna say the one that comes to mind, Zack Snyder did Watchmen after he did 300. The room where the comedian lives, what's his name? Negan, Jeffrey
Morgan.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan. He is in room 300 or apartment 300. There's another subtle reference, like somebody's it's like a blink and you've missed it 3 times how fast it is, but somebody's briefcase flies open and the combination is 300. So little things like that. I love little tiny Easter eggs like that.
Right.
You can thank the art department for that.
That stuff I will never catch, but these YouTube guys that break it down, a frame per second, those are the people that point this stuff out to me.
I've never understood why nobody's done one of those breakdowns of Leonardo DiCaprio, because I swear to God, he did not die at the end of Titanic, because he wakes up on a beach at the beginning of Inception. You cannot, I believe, I've got a whole thing about this.
I like that.
Yeah. There's a thing called headcanon too.
Yeah.
Even, if you don't like a story they're telling, make up your own story. I mean, I'm a big fan fic person. So hey,
there is a thing I saw, and it's obsolete now, but it was a picture of Leonardo DiCaprio crying, but it was like one of those would they take a million little pictures of other things to make? Is it
because his girlfriend turned 40 and he had to dump her?
No, he treats women like currency. Once she turned 40, he traded her in for 220s. No, it was pictures of Oscar winners accepting their awards, and it was just hundreds of them. But when you zoomed out on it, it was Leo crying. I mean, that's obviously not applicable anymore, but so while we're waiting for some of these other folks to jump on, let's delve into some different stuff. So there's who is an actor, and I'll start with you, Spencer. You can write any role, it doesn't matter what it is. Who is someone that you would want to write a role for and be like, okay, you are the star of this film? And it's not anyone you've currently worked with or are scheduled to work with. You have to pick somebody else. Who is someone that you would want to write a role for?
Hugh Laurie.
Hugh Laurie.
Oh
yeah.
I would,
he's amazing.
I would cut off both testicles to work with Hugh Laurie.
If he played a doctor on TV, he might be able to put him back.
Well, he never really fixed. Yeah, he never got his hands dirty on the house too many times. He more or less just solved the puzzle. But yeah, I don't know. He's my favorite actor of all time. It used to be like, used to be Robert De Niro, but now it's Hugh Laurie. Yeah.
I did like him in what was that show he was in? It was him and like Stephen Fry did like a comedy show. Yeah,
that was just a comedy thing they did. I don't think it did.
It was fun. Like it was a good show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, they're like best friends anyway, so
really smart
chemistry.
I also liked him, even though it was a very small role. He was pretty fun in the live action 101 Dalmatians film.
Mm-hmm. I even liked him in Stuart Little.
And what was it, Monsters vs. Aliens, where he was the cockroach? Like that was fun.
Yeah. He's Did you see Night Manager with him and Loki? What's his name?
Tom Hiddleston.
Yeah, Tom Hiddleston. That was good.
He's
Chance on Hulu.
Yes.
He is fainting at the sound of Tom Hiddleston. You want to see a good Tom Hiddleston film? You know exactly what I'm going to say. Only Lovers Left Alive.
Oh,
that is a good.
Oh my god!
You hated it.
And I loved Jim Jarmusch, and I loved Tilda Swinton, but I just thought it was just not the best. It was just so. Just endless records on the phonograph, and I don't know, it was just boring.
I ate it up. Give me a glass of wine in that film, and I'm good. I'm good. You go stay in the other room. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm more of a Loki.
That's fair. I haven't seen High Rise, but he's supposed to be good in that.
Is it Tom Hiddleston makes a really good goth boy?
Yeah, he does.
Like he really does. I realize I'm more attracted to him in like his sullen, dark-hairedness.
Yeah.
Normal looks.
So now I lost my train of thought. So Jeanette, we've talked about.
You're thinking about goth boy Tom Hiddleston, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Here we all
Girl boner right now, don't you?
Oh, he's so dreamy.
So handsome. So dreamy.
Yeah, we have.
Especially when he's all back.
You must be going bonkers over the new Batman.
Yeah. Hold on. I have a ticker for you too. There we go. Ooh. So we have the ticker up for Jeanette. So official. Jeanette, in addition to how much do you tip an exorcist, you've done lots and lots of other stuff. So tell us about some of your other work.
If we're talking movies, I've done art department production design for a lot of indie horror. There was the Bring Your Booze type of movie, which was Dark Hall, which was challenging, but I'm really proud of it still. I've illustrated several books recently. So one is The Lift, 9 Stories of Transformation. And that one is based on a podcast that is called The Lift. So if you like things that are Twilight Zone-y, you can find it in that book, along with some really cool pen and ink style illustrations. And then also there's a collection of short horror stories from 13 Wicked Stories, 13 Wicked Tales. I'm messing up my own book titles. And that one's from the Wicked Library podcast. So I do a lot of like podcast collaborations because I am a hardcore podcast nerd. Other than that, I don't know. I just kind of find myself very much drawn to dark, spooky things, and I like to make art. So I'm real proud of this current one though, because it has 32 illustrations. Not that I was counting. And I really like the fact that we were able to redo all the illustrations from when we first started it for my little blog project and made it like all polished and lovely for this.
Is it on Amazon now, or where?
We and it's funny, I was looking at some of them. One of the ones that I was looking at, the one for costume, I believe it is. I didn't realize this looking at the art the first time. I was just blown away with how much you have improved. Like, you've done great work, and you've just gotten better. But one of the things I did not notice, I was like, hey, that one kind of looks like me. And like, he had the name tag that says Patsy on it. And I was like, oh, that's the best.
And the one that is Daylight, I think is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
That's Ashes.
Oh yeah, we'll and I am, according to the FedEx tracking, I will be getting my my books tomorrow.
I got my tracking number yesterday, so I'm really excited to get my copies too.
Well, I sent you the list.
Pre-orders? I can pre-order a book. Let me buy 3. You know.
We got that nice picture from Chris Tadlock over at Source Point Press of all the shipping labels that he had. Just that massive pile of shipping labels that I just looked at and was like,
I cried. I literally cried when I saw that. I'm like, people like our book. Ugly cry, of course.
I was told that they had to order more because they had ordered a bunch and the pre-orders wiped them out.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone who pre-ordered.
Yes. My goal is everyone should have 4, and this is the way it breaks down. Yep. So you have your one that you read, right?
Uh-huh.
You have one signed by me, one signed by Jeanette, one signed by both of us. So
yeah.
4 books. So you can display each of them. And Jeanette, you can see right here, that is the awesome poster. And Ashes, could you hand me that for a moment? Because I want to show Jeanette the other side of it.
Oh, I have to stop.
Already got up to get more wine.
Well, I mean,
that's survival.
By Dar says, "Woo, go Jeanette." So, if you look at the other side, it is the full cover layout, which I saw. I was sent by Josh Werner over at Source Point. He said, "Do you want to see what this looks like?" And I said, "Absolutely." And it popped up on my phone, and I almost began bawling in the middle of Walmart.
I guarantee you would not have been the first person to cry in Walmart.
No, probably not. Yeah. Back, please.
I cry like twice a week now. It's just
I'm gonna do a live unboxing tomorrow when the box arrives. So I'm gonna do a live thing just like this, and I guarantee you will see a nearly 40-year-old man cry.
I'm so excited. Not for you to cry, just for the unboxing.
Ooh. Hold on here. This thing, we have to be careful with this table because when you sit, this is just high enough to get caught underneath.
Oh.
So like when you get up, it springs up and shakes the table.
Thrilling podcasting here.
Well, listen. We are having a good time. We have some great filmmakers and super creative people. Spencer, I want to make sure we get to what you're doing. Obviously, there's 1 week left for the Axe to Grind Part 2, because we're saying that because it's avoiding confusion. Axe to Grind Part 2 Indiegogo campaign, and a lot of these amazing perks have just been slashed in half. They just chopped the price in half. It's been slashed repeatedly. Which one has been your favorite perk? Like the one that you've seen that you were just like, man, this is super cool. If I wasn't already a part of this, this is what I would get.
That's a good question. Probably the Killed by Stormy perk. I'd have to say that one was. I would have bought that. I probably would have bought that one. If I was just a fan, of horror films, and I knew that was the way it was. I don't know. I mean, I think it's a cool perk for someone to buy. I mean, how many movies did you watch growing up or whatever? And you say, God, I'd love to, be in a horror film, even if I'm just a victim. So I'm glad that we were able to afford that opportunity to someone. So I think that's probably my favorite. I always, it always really, blows my skirt up, so to speak, when we can make things happen for people who wouldn't be involved otherwise, if that makes any sense. I like to, give people the opportunity to do things I had to work my ass off to do. I'm not one of these people that's like, I had to work my ass off to get onto a movie set. So F you, I'm one of these people that's like, sure, man, come, we'll figure out a way to, I don't know. I'm just rambling, but I like to see people get to have their dreams come true, even if it's something small. So I think that, it's probably my favorite perk. All of them are good, but I think that's the one I would buy if I was just some dude out there and had nothing to do with the movie.
So I'm going to go over a couple of the perks right now.
Okay.
Ashes, you got something?
Yes, unfortunately, Ruth Bader Ginsburg has passed away.
Fuck.
That's not good.
No. Oh, they have to.
So, if you are not registered to vote, do so, and please vote with your conscience.
Please
vote.
Yeah,
for God's sake, vote.
Jesus Christ, that's like the worst news right now. Fuck.
That is not good.
I recently just watched a documentary about her called RBG. It's on Hulu. If you have it, it's really well done, and she is she was so delightful and witty, and getting to see some of her background, her history. I know that Felicity
Huffman.
No. She was Jyn Erso. It's not Felicity Huffman. It's
I keep wanting to call her Felicity.
She was
Rose.
also in the Stephen Hawking film
Theory of Everything.
Anyways, she played her in a film that came out, I believe,
RBG.
last
last
on the
November.
basis of sex.
Yeah,
it came out last
RBG.
year. But anyways, this documentary was so well done, and seeing her, 80-year-old RBG, just interacting with her family and her grandkids, and just getting a little flustered, talking about her flustered in a good way, like flattered, talking about her marriage, the love of her life, just all of the interesting things, and humble, so humble. It's like, you had an amazing life. You accomplished all of this. And she's just like, I'm just little Jewish old woman. Like, anybody could do that, like she just, it was incredible. So yeah, if you have the opportunity to do so, definitely check out RBG on Hulu. It was fantastic.
I didn't even know that. Thanks. You guys know how political I am. I definitely will watch that.
All right. So
thank you.
I think we're going to take a quick break just to kind of clear the air a little bit. So I'm going to play a quick ad about zombies that enjoy coffee. So we'll be right back after that.
Everyone thinks because you're a zombie, you don't know good coffee. Well, they're wrong. There's only one brew that gets my seal of approval. Deadly Grounds coffee is my guilty pleasure. The aroma is so intoxicating. It brings all of my neighbors out of the woodwork. Deadly Grounds coffee. Coffee to die for and zombie approved. It's good to get a little deadly.
Use the front door!
Oh, they're so disgusting.
No, that's perfectly fine.
I gotta get little man at 8 o'clock his bedtime. So.
Okay. Well, Spencer, I want to thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you taking the time and sharing some of your knowledge with us. Where do you like folks following you on the social media?
I do most of my bitching on Facebook, but I'm also I pretty much do the same bitching on IG and Twitter. So
trans bitching.
Yeah.
My Twitter is at CTUTHLUST. IG is Spencer D. Gray, I think, and you guys know how to find me on Facebook. So.
All right, so yeah, Axe to Grind Part 2. Spencer is directing that. Expect that sometime next year. Head on over. We're going to have some of the ladies from the show from the movie on a little while later in the show, but we definitely
tell them I'm sorry I missed them. They can pick up where I left off and help you make it to the final bell there.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you once again. It was a pleasure having you on. And
it was a pleasure, and nice to meet everybody. I'll check out your projects.
All right. Take care, Spencer.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye, Spencer.
Bye, Spencer.
Yeah, Spencer is just one of the nicest guys that you'll meet. He's very classy, and we've had a lot of great conversations offline as well. He's a really good dude. So I'm glad he was able to join us. He's currently enrolled as a full-time student working on his degree at Oklahoma University, in addition to doing all the filmmaker stuff. So yeah,
passion.
Yeah.
Pure passion and probably a lot of caffeine. That's what that is.
Yeah. Well, he was talking about he had to get his nephew to bed. Who we heard running around a little while ago, and he said he's faster than the Flash. So it takes a lot of caffeine to keep up with a little guy like that.
Yeah.
So, Jeanette, I don't know if I've asked you, but I know, Hansi, you are going to be joining us at some point for our awesome Horror Trivial Pursuit tournament. And it's funny, Ashes and I played that this past Sunday on our anniversary. We played the sped up version.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, because it was just the two of us, right. But I just need to create the ambiance of the evening. So we were in the process. We were sitting outside with this I mean, it was nighttime, but we still had this gorgeous view of the ocean at the Cape. You could hear the water kind of, the waves rolling slowly in the background. We had just finished off this huge plate of like fried seafood that was so freaking good. So good. So
cooked seafood in Orleans.
And we had consumed two
bottles of wine.
At least 2 bottles of wine at that point. So like we were great. We were feeling great. And we were kind of enjoying the evening. And he's like, okay, well, we can go inside now. But I'm like, wait, why don't we play horror trivia? And he's like, that's a great idea. So we did. And you won, but not by
much.
You won by a lucky roll.
So here's the way we play, and these are the rules that I kind of set out for this tournament. So we're going to have 6 games, and the winner of each game plays for the championship, and the winner gets a trophy. And it's a nice little engraved trophy. It's not very expensive, but it's a nice little engraved trophy, and you'll be the 2020 horror trivia throwdown champion. I've called it something better. But the rules are, once you collect all the different pie slices, you then have to make it into the center. But you have to make it into the center with an exact roll.
Okay.
So you could be 2 spots away, but until you roll a 2, you don't get to get into the center. And once you get into the center, you then have to roll the die again, because there are 6 categories, and every number on the die face corresponds to one of the categories. Now the categories are, So the categories are, because I have the box right here, that's paranormal, monster, gore/disturbing, psychological, comedy, and slasher.
Nice.
And the pieces are very nice. You can be a like cracked porcelain baby doll head. And Jeanette, you'll like this one. It's a hand rising up out of the ground.
Yes, my spoon.
There's a brain with a cleaver in it.
Oh, that's me.
A headless torso in a straitjacket.
Oh, well, that could be me.
And what looks to be some kind of chopping block with a foot on it. So
there's a pun in there somewhere. I'm just not clever enough.
So If you roll a 1, you get paranormal. 2 is monster. 3 is gore disturbing. 4 is psychological. 5 is comedy. 6 is slasher. Very easy. So
Alright.
she actually got all of her pieces before I did. She was whipping my ass most of the time, but I got a couple of lucky rolls. And
some of those questions are like you know right off the bat.
Sure.
Some of those questions are like, fuck, I know this. Come on, brain, work. You know, some of it's like, I saw this movie once 20 years ago, you know.
Yeah.
I haven't even fucking seen this film. I haven't even heard of this film. I had no desire to see this film. But like now playing this game, it's like I need to go on Netflix and just start from like A and just watch all of the horror films on Netflix, and then go to Hulu and do the same thing, and then go to Shudder and do the same thing. Like, it's crazy. And they even cover some independent films too.
Yeah, there's
so
some
it's not just
variety.
Like mainstream horror. I mean, obviously the majority of it is, but like there's some independent and low budget horror thrown in there. That's just kind of, it was cool to see. Like I wasn't expecting it.
So what I'd like to do, since we're still waiting for some folks, I have a few cards here. If you guys want to go through some questions.
Do magic tricks.
Yes. So
got nothing up my sleeves.
Now, one thing I do want to say,
sleeves.
You need to shuffle these very well because several of the cards, like we had 3 cards in a row that had questions about Get Out. So you have to shuffle the cards really well. Otherwise, you're going to keep getting the same one. Like we had 3 questions in a row about Sinister, 3 questions in a row about Insidious. So you have to shuffle them very well, which is what I'm attempting to do. I just grabbed a few. So we're just going to start right at the top. This is the paranormal one. So the first question, I have no clue what this is who directed The Innkeepers? I don't think I've
I didn't even like that film. Everyone loved that film. I couldn't understand why. It was like not.
And if you know in the comments, please let us. Please.
Yeah, points for comments.
Yeah.
See, this is where I'm gonna start showing how much of a horror nerd I am not, because I mostly read things. So I'll be like,
there's
here's
a lot
an obscure splatter punk from an indie horror author. Bet you didn't know that one, Yosemite. I'm talking about you. But
my next film, we were supposed to start in March, of course, is a documentary about splatterpunk.
Nice.
Cool. I think that's a genre I didn't even know I liked until I started reading it, and I like it mostly because it makes me so uncomfortable.
So I'm gonna go to the next one because I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
In Fright Night 1985, what is the name of the former film star Charlie comes to for help?
Peter Vincent.
That was easy.
Good job.
Roddy McDowell, dude.
Oh, I know.
David Tennant in the remake, who's like, it was a remake. Yeah, okay, it had problems. Marty Noxon directed, which I'm cool with, you know, but fucking David Tennant as Peter Vincent was delicious.
I'm a big David Tennant fan.
I haven't seen the remake. I feel like I need to now. I know he was in
Farrell
it.
Instead of
David Tennant, like,
I don't mind Colin Farrell though.
So this
in the right role, he's quite delightful.
This next one,
Chris Sarandon, I don't like him. He was rude to me once.
oh, well,
I hold grudges.
Damn.
Question 3. What is the name of the mutant that sacrifices herself to help the Carter family survive in 2006's The Hills Have Eyes?
Oh God,
I
I
know
forget
this
her
one.
name.
We actually just became friends on Facebook recently.
Yeah, I know the actor who plays this person, this character. Does that count? No, it doesn't count.
You need the character name.
You have to know the name of the mutant.
I forget her name.
It was Ruby.
Oh,
Ruby was her name.
Played by Laura Ortiz.
Yes.
I haven't seen a remake.
What is? Oh, it's really good.
It's
Ted
not,
Levine
yeah,
is in
it's
it.
not bad.
And they're like, "Oh, we saw a mutant." He's like, "Oh, wait, was it a great big fat mutant?"
Michael Berry.
But you had Derek Mears in this one. Emily DeRaven from Lost.
Mm-hmm.
It was good. I liked it. What is the name of the fictional preserve in which the titular settlement of The Village 2004 is set? Oh shit!
I should.
Yeah, I
know
saw that
this.
too. That was a disaster.
Hey, Brody.
I will give it to Shyamalan that he did get his mojo back.
Yeah,
The last couple of films I've seen of his have been really good, but for a while there, he sucked.
I couldn't tell you the name. I have no clue what this one is.
I should know this because
I just
hate me
know
if
that
you
was
want. I actually like this movie and have watched it more than once. But I don't remember the name at all.
It was a phenomenal cast too. Sigourney Weaver, John Hurt, William Hurt. I always confuse those. It's like Bill Paxton and Bill Pullman, but I can tell them apart. William Hurt, because John Hurt was Alien. Who played Hansi? This is just for you because you mentioned the show earlier today. Because everyone else will know this one. I know. Who played Buffy Summers in the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer 1992 film?
That Kristen, whatever the fuck her name is. I don't know. It was a terrible movie. Everyone hated it, even Joss Whedon.
Joss Whedon hates everything he does. Don't get me started.
No, he really hated. I mean, the movie was terrible. Kristen something or other. I don't count it as canon.
Okay. In House of Wax 1953, Professor Henry Jarrett is disfigured when Burke sets the museum on fire to collect what?
I just remember the 3D, you know. Oh, well, I'm thinking the original House of Wax. Is this the remake with
1953.
Pedalic?
Yeah, I haven't seen. I saw the one with Paris Hilton.
Same. That's the one I've seen. So I'm like,
No, but the original is Vincent Price.
Yeah,
I'm going to give you wrong answers only from now on. Insurance.
wrong
We did it to get insurance.
It was supposed to be 3D, so they have like this one scene of like this kid playing with, the ball and the paddle.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
For no reason. It's just like, whoop,
3D.
whoop.
You had to have something coming at you,
There were opportunities for that to tie in later, but they never made it. It was just like 3D. Wow.
All right. You ready? Here's the answer. So who directed The Innkeepers? Ty West.
Oh, yeah. Well, I did like House of the Devil. But The Innkeepers just didn't grab me. I don't know if everyone loves it.
Fright Night was Peter Vincent. The name of the mutant was Ruby. The fictional preserve was the Walker Wildlife Preserve. And who played Buffy in 1992 was Christy Swanson. And the why did he get disfigured? It was for insurance money. So
I was right. That was a guess.
I'm giving you the wrong answer. The right answer.
The right answer. Don't ever have me on your team for trivia. You will lose.
Right.
Unless I'm giving you the wrong answer that happens to be the right answer.
Hey, however you get there. So I have a couple of things to go do. Can I just tell everybody what I'm doing?
Yes, do.
go.
I didn't know how long you wanted to stay or how long you could stay, but please tell us what you got going on.
I want to monopolize the show. So we're working on distribution for the Joe Lansdale documentary, All Hail the Popcorn King. If anyone knows any distributors interested, we'd love to hear from them. You can reach me at Squee Projects. I'm on Twitter that way. I'm on Instagram that way. I have a YouTube channel. And I'm hosting a panel at HalloweenCon on this is hilarious, on problematic creators. But balancing loving the work with problematic creators, and there's so many of them now, and so we're trying to talk, instead of cancel culture, it'll be like call out culture, and so I try to do that. So those are my upcoming projects, and I always love to hear from people, and happy to do interviews and join anybody. And I definitely want to talk to you some more, Jeanette. Maybe for Splatterpunk, you might want to do some illustrations for the film.
Ooh, I would. Yes, do hit me up.
She's
so on board.
When is our trivia thing?
Well, there's one next Friday if you're available for that one. So it'd be a week from tonight, same format.
Same bat channel.
Yeah,
Same bat stream service.
If
I'll
you're
bet.
but there's
All
going to
time.
be several of them. So it's up to you if you're willing to come back and deal with me again next week. After only a week off, you're absolutely welcome.
Anytime. Thanks, guys. It was great hanging out with you guys.
All right. Thanks, Hansi. Hansi,
It was nice
thanks
meeting you.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry.
Happened for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know. I feel like such a jerk now.
You did so well up until the
There
final
was a
goodbye.
lot more in here earlier tonight.
Put it in so they can see it in the camera.
I can't see.
You
it
don't
in the
know how
camera.
to do that. You don't know how to work things.
This is what.
Oh yeah, there's that down there. Hi.
Yeah. This is.
I'm drinking water from a chipped Cheers mug tonight.
Freaking cider from my Minnesota uptown house.
This is from South Hollow Distillery, where we were Sunday in
Sure.
Troy.
All the rest of you weirdos.
And this is inside this glass is the Game of Thrones whiskey, Song of Ice.
Nice.
Problematic creators.
Well, so make sure you guys check out Hansi. I have links to her website where you can get All Hail the Popcorn King merch. I have links to her social media on the show notes. So check those out. And
either above or below, depending on where you're listening, how you're listening to this.
It's probably all below.
Yeah.
I'm adding it to the chat.
All right.
It was nice meeting you. Bye. Have a good night.
Bye, Hansi.
Take care. All right. So now it's just the three of us. So this has been pretty interesting. I know we've got a few people that are coming on in about 5 minutes. We're going to have Dante.
It's so
Yor.
nice to see Jeanette's face.
It is. It's the last time we even had any contact. We watched Beastmaster over Discord.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Your podcast is the only way I parasocially hang out with you anymore.
I know. Oh, it's so weird. These are such weird times because by this point our path has usually crossed at least a handful
2 or 3
of times.
Yeah. And we'd be looking at the Rock and Shock.
Right, we'd be gearing up for spooky season, which we would know that our paths would cross at least 2 or 3 more times. So yeah, it's a weird year.
Jeanette
It
was.
really
I
is.
don't know who that. Because I don't have the. Thing.
Oh yeah, I just
Well,
dance around. I'm obnoxious. I think that's the YouTuber coming out. I'm like, there's a camera. Hello, camera. Hello, friends in the chat. How you doing?
Camera there, on the other side.
Well,
Hello, people.
It's nice having you here, and it's nice chatting with you. But like I said, we're gonna have a few people coming on in a few minutes from the film Fear Farm, which I just picked up earlier today. Fear Farm.
Ooh.
We're going to have Amy Stolte. We're going to have Dante Yor, and we're going to have Emily Sweet. All three were part of this film. And Amy actually joined us a while ago along with James Thomas, who directed Megalodon, which starred Dominic, who was in earlier, and Amy. Amy played a Russian military officer, and they did a movie called Amy and James did a movie called Battle Star Wars, which was a lot of fun. And they were on that. And Emily, if you are unfamiliar with her, we did one of my Women in Horror articles on Emily last year. She's super nice. I haven't actually spoken with her before, only social media interaction. Yes. I don't know if you're doing spiders or tapping on the keys.
It's kind of the same thing, isn't it? Oh my god, there's spiders, and then also clickety clack, LOL, MG. Oh my G, yeah,
Spiders.
Spiders equal. I'll just for now on blame all of my many typos in my social media posts on spiders. Sorry for the typo. Spiders.
Spiders did it. That's right. I blame most of the stuff that happens at the house on the cats. She's like, who left? She goes, you ate all the cookies and didn't throw away the package? Oh, I threw it away. The cats must have taken it out of the trash too.
I'll be like, hey, who did this? And he'll be like, kitties did it. We used to work together. And I'd be at work. Like, what the hell happened? And he'd be like, kitties did it. I'm like, they don't even come here. They live at home. He's like, they Ubered here.
They did. They Ubered there and then they Ubered home.
Okay.
Just long enough to frame.
Well, once upon a time, when we worked together, we also had a friend of ours who worked with us, a coworker, who was also an Uber driver. So he'd be like, "Oh, Akram took them home. Like Akram went and got them, and then Ubered them home." I'm like, "Well, I hope they tipped well." Like,
I want to point out.
Oh, you froze.
Oh, all right. I don't know what the hell happened here, but we're back.
now
Awesome.
you're in space.
Kick from studio. Yes, kick guest. You don't need me. All right. And we have Amy, we have Emily, and we have Dante. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I don't know what the hell just happened, but I got booted. It looks like Jeanette got booted as well. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, it's like, you don't have internet. And I was like, yes, I do. But thank you guys. We were just talking very nice things about you before we got disconnected. So thank you for joining.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, of course. I have a nice little ticker to scroll across the bottom here for you. And I want to point out this first. I did pick this up earlier today.
He found it.
Oh, you found it. Nice.
So I had gone to pick it up the other day at our local Walmart because Walmart actually has a lot of good horror, like the independent horror.
A lot of good asylum films, too.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And there was a slot for it there, but there weren't any there. So I just assumed that they were sold out. And at first I was bummed. I'm like, I was really hoping to watch this before we interviewed them because I really want to see this anyways. But then I was like, well, that's kind of a good thing because it's sold out. So congrats on your sold out from the Northborough, Massachusetts Walmart movie.
Thank you.
I got an extra earphone.
This I did not get at Walmart because you can see it. This one is autographed by James Thomas. So,
oh, nice.
This one was sent to me.
Yeah.
But
James is actually in the building I'm in right now. If you guys can see it, I'm actually at a stage right now. So James is actually inside this building real quick.
Oh, nice. I was going to say, it looks like you're at a studio lot.
I am. I'm at a studio lot, man. I'm on a set right now. So, kind of a set. I'll show you guys in a little bit. I'll give you a sneak peek of something we're working on, and you guys can see some new tech going on in the film industry. It's super fun. So, yeah.
Well, thank you guys for joining. Thank you for taking time out of your day. Someone said I'll take advantage of the technical issues to eat some food and hang in the chat. That's Jeanette. Okay. Jeanette, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar, Jeanette did the artwork on the amazing "How Much Do You Tip an Exorcist" book.
I'm still waiting for my book. I ordered it. It's coming. I got the email being like, it's on its way.
I chatted with the warehouse guy, Chris, and he was sending me updates as they finally got them from the printer yesterday. So as soon as he got them, he started boxing them and sending them out. Like awesome. He's right on the spot. He's a wicked good guy. Chris is great.
I can't wait.
Tell us a little bit about Fear Farm. Now, Dante, you directed this one.
Yeah, I did. I wrote it and directed it. Yeah.
So, what I see on the back of this, it says from HK and Cult Film News. It says a Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibe with a bit of a Rob Zombie-ish feel.
I love it already.
How accurate is that?
It's a little accurate. All right. So Fear Farm is not your typical like horror movie. Fear Farm is actually like a horror / comedy or dark comedy a little bit. So it's kind of like taking all the old slasher films like Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street or Texas Chainsaw Massacre and kind of like going back to that campy vibe, that those 80s movies had. But, we're in 2020, so it doesn't really play the same as modern horror movies. So we're kind of making fun of those tropes while having our characters play it straight a lot, like they don't understand they're playing into those tropes. So it's a little bit of that, I would say. So it definitely, I would not compare it to a Rob Zombie movie by those means. I do love Rob Zombie's horror films, by the way, though. I think they're amazing, but I wouldn't put it in that same like dark world that Rob Zombie puts his in, for sure.
Okay. Now, Amy, you had told me about this a while ago, like when you guys first started working on it. You're like, "Oh, I've got this project I'm super excited about. You need to know about this." And that was kind of how you introduced me to Emily, because I was doing my women in horror stuff, and I feel really bad. I was talking about your horror stuff that you've done, Amy, and I totally blanked on the name of the YouTube series that you played the Gorgon in. And I was like, oh my God, I feel like such a jerk. I can't remember the name of it. And,
that's okay. It's called Escape the Night.
Escape the Night.
And it's a little bit scary. It's 14A. So it's got a little bit scary. The costumes, and makeup and wardrobe and everything, the whole team is like, they win Emmys. I think the woman who is the head of it has won Oscars. It's crazy. They're amazing. So the monsters that you see in that are insane. It's part it's like reality show, but with cinematic fantasy fiction worlds. Like back in the past, I play a Medusa-like character, um, and yeah, it was really fun. It's called Escape the Night. It's on YouTube. I think they're streaming all episodes for free right now. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, I'm in the 4th season, and that was an incredible experience. It was really fun.
You were Gorgon, and
Yeah.
I remember shortly after you told me about it, you were like, "Oh yeah, I'm working on this and I'm working on that," you know, because we chat from time to time. And Ashes and I went to go see a movie back when you could see movies in theaters, and they had one of the you know, pre-movie trailer things, you know, so before the trailers, when the lights are still on, they would show those things, and they always had a close-up of your character, and I was like, that's Amy
The
right
makeup
there.
was incredible. You look amazing.
It was incredible, yeah. So it's created by a guy named Joey Graceffa, who's an incredible person. And he brings on a lot of YouTubers, famous YouTubers, and they go through. It's like an escape room, but a dark version, fantasy, whole world, like created, that kind of thing. And it's directed by a guy named Adam Lawson, who, man, their whole team is out of this world. They shoot it very fast, and it's very fun, and yeah, it's a great team of people. I was really happy to be a part of that and be dressed up in what I can be all painted blue. I was like, this is amazing. Yeah, that was really cool.
Now, Emily, you've done your fair share of some horror stuff. You have one that just came out, and again, I'm blanking on the name, but it came out recently. You're like out in the woods. You guys are like hiking or whatever, like up in like a mountainside. I'm totally blanking on the name of it.
I think you mean to probably have
But yeah, you tell me a little bit about your background and your resume, your film resume, for lack of a better term.
Sure. Well, I love horror. It's my favorite thing in the whole world. It's my favorite just to watch. It's my favorite to act in. I absolutely am obsessed with horror. So I have done. Oh, I'm sorry, was this feedback, right? So I've done a couple of horror things, but the one now that Fear Farm's out, the one I'm super excited for, most excited for, is the reimagining of Castle Freak. I don't know if you've seen the original, but that's one of my all-time favorite movies. So to be able to go to Albania and film that, and to be with Barbara Crampton, who was in the original, and meet her, and become, if I even may dare say, be friends with her, was incredible. I can't wait for that movie to come out. Unfortunately, COVID pushed the theatrical release, but once theaters open, it will come back out.
So obviously that's a project that you would, that's like a dream project of yours. So I'm gonna go around the room, and I'm gonna go alphabetical. So I'm gonna go Amy, Dante, and then back to you. So Amy, your dream franchise, like if you could be a part of anything, even if it's like a reimagining or a sequel, a prequel, spin-off, something, what would you want to work on?
Oh man, it's so hard to narrow that down. Well, I'm looking at some of the most recent kind of franchise starter stuff. I've been, I don't know, I'm really into The Boys these days. Have you seen The Boys? On, yeah?
Yes.
We just started watching
Yes, we just started watching it.
It's, to me, it's got such an incredible balance of dark comedy, some gore, which sometimes I'm even like, ooh. And I know, like, even in Fear Farm, I was nervous, like, some of the stuff. I was like, I don't know if I can watch Fear Farm. I love horror. Sometimes gore, I'm really sensitive to it. but I think The Boys has, and it's got drama, and it's got all these amazing statements in it, and it's got all these fantasy superhero characters. That, and the only other one that I'll say, because so I don't go on and on and on, is I'm a huge Alien franchise fan. Huge. I just drool over those. So that would be another one for sure.
I could see you as Amanda Ripley.
Yeah.
So I got to follow up. If you're going to be on The Boys, are you a good guy or a bad guy? Because you tend to be on the bad side a lot. You know, I guess it's all a matter of opinion. I mean, you know, Megalodon, you were a Russian, you know, and that
bad at all. I just saw her trying to get through and do her job. But yeah, typically I fall on the antagonist realm or anti-hero or that kind of thing. Some of the less villainy characters that I've played certainly are a lot of women who rebel and go their own way, kind of rogue type of people. So yeah, I don't know what I would be on the Boys. Like, if I play a good guy, I'm definitely not like that good, you know.
All right, so Dante, this goes to you now. As a director, you know, you have a little bit more of a wider swath that you can cut. So I'll ask you the same question. You know, any franchise, like if you could, you know, you could write and direct. You're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna write and direct a sequel or a prequel or a spinoff for whatever movie or franchise. Like maybe there's something that you're like, you know what, this needs a sequel, or this has a sequel, but I don't think it was done right. I want to do it my own way. So do you have anything like that you'd like to do?
You know, honestly, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm in, you know, all I do is feature films for the most part. So I'm always like, you always think the grass is greener somewhere else. So I'm always a huge fan of like TV shows, because I think like for a film, we get like 2 hours or an hour and a half to tell a story, and then it ends, and you hope you can do a sequel or a trilogy or something else, where TV shows get like 20 episodes a season. They run for 8 years. You have like so much time to like draw out characters. So like there's certain, you know, certain times like I wish like certain things could be like, like going to TV shows like Breaking Bad or something else, like things like that. I love, like I loved, you know, that type of show. I wish would have kept going. I wish I could do like something along those lines, you know, something noir but modern day, and TV would be really fun. If I was going to go into movies though, and I said like a movie franchise I can keep going with, like I would love to go back to like Evil Dead and like Army of Darkness, and like, you know, actually just go back to like the movie versions of that, and just like keep like Ash going in those situations. Because I remember like, you know, Army of Darkness and the Evil Dead's having like such a huge impact on like how you can like have something be scary and fun, but you can also just play in whatever world you want to. You know, like just little lines in that movie, like shop smart, shop S smart, and just little things. I don't know. I love being able to like play in that. I mean, I think I did that. I tried to do that a little bit in this movie, kind of go back to that, where it's like you could be tongue in cheek at times and make it a little bit ridiculous. It's like you're not really at the whim of anything when you write a script. It can be whatever you want it to be. And if somebody's willing to give you the money, you know, make it whatever you want. So I would love to do something like that. Like if Bruce Campbell, if we could find a way to just, you know, get him to like, you know, do some more of those movies and maybe pass on the torch or something, I would love to like keep that franchise going, you know, in the theater aspect of it. I know they kind of did like TV, but I'd love to see like that come back. I love those. So
Dante, does that mean you're going to do a Fear Farm franchise? That'd be fun.
If they keep asking me to do Fear Farms, I'll keep doing Fear Farms. I mean, I actually have with Patrick, you were saying earlier how like you guys were searching for that DVD. I actually got a call from Mark and Howard, the producers of Fear Farm, earlier today, and they actually were telling me that Anakin Pictures, who's distributing it right now, along with Magnolia, I guess it's like selling out everywhere. It's actually selling more than they expected it to, and so they're actually getting reorders, and it hasn't even been out a week yet. So they were like super excited today, which is great, man. So I'm glad a lot of people are picking it up. and enjoying it, man. So it's a great success so far. Fingers crossed, right?
Yeah, and
That's
we've
awesome.
got links in the show notes, so people who want to pick it up can pick it up. I will say, Dante, I think it would be very interesting to see you pick up on the deleted ending of Army of Darkness, where he wakes up 100 years too late and
Yeah.
everything's destroyed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a great thing like that, like all of a sudden, alternate reality, that ending happens, and now he's got to go through whatever that is. You know, it would be amazing to just see where they could have gone with that. So,
All right, so Emily, it's your turn. You've had some time to think. You heard what Amy and Dante have said, so take it away.
So I have 3 of them. I would love to be in the Hellraiser franchise.
Yes.
Yeah,
No, would you be a Cenobite?
Well, it's funny. I'm actually going out to think that for Halloween this year. I know Halloween might or might not happen, but I'm still dressing up regardless. And
Halloween is in our hearts. Like, let's face it. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I would be anything in a Hellraiser movie. To answer your question, I would not care. The Scream franchise, and then if they ever remake Reanimator, I would die to audition for that.
Yeah, Reanimator. That's a good one. I actually had a conversation with somebody recently about some of the stuff that Lovecraft was kind of known for at the time of his life. Like, for folks who are unaware, look up the name of his cat. He wasn't the best dude, but have you guys been watching Lovecraft Country at all?
No.
It's unfortunate because we got really excited in episode 1. They're looking at this map, and they're like, "Oh yeah, here's where it is." And one of the towns that's on the map is Uxbridge, which is about 12 minutes down the road from us. So like Arkham Country or Lovecraft Country, Arkham or Ardham, whatever they call it in the show, is about 15 minutes down the road from us.
Cool. That's so cool.
Yeah. We actually do live right down the street from, according to the sign, an Indian burying ground. So there's some. We're a couple hours outside Salem, so
Right.
we've got all that history up here.
Yeah, a lot of lore.
So is there a specific? I'll start with Dante because you wrote this as well. Was there a specific? I know you touched on it a little bit, but was there a specific one inspiration for Fear Farm, or was it kind of like a culmination of a bunch of different things?
Well, I think the idea behind Fear Farm was, if you don't know the plot, I mean, you guys are watching it, but I guess anybody else watching this, for college students go into a corn maze. And they think they're just there for scares, and then little by little, they're getting hunted down by psychos kind of taking them out. And when I thought about it, it was just like, this fun Halloween thing. There was the Dixon Corn Maze in, Dixon, California, which is like 60 acres. It's like the biggest corn maze in the country or the world, I think is what they boast. It's nuts. So, walk through the thing takes like 4 hours if you know what you're doing. And so Mark S. Allen, who was one of the producers, happened to know the guy who owned it. And so he reached out to him, and they were totally amenable to us filming a movie there. So that was like a big thing. Was like, hey, this giant corn maze is kind of intimidating, especially if we filmed it at night. So we write a movie around this giant corn maze, And then when it came to it kind of being around Halloween time, then it was just kind of putting all the characters. I mean, all of the characters in the movie kind of look similar to past horror characters or past comic book characters. And my whole thought process, kind of like what you see with Deacon on the case of the DVD, where he kind of looks very similar to like a Leatherface. And my idea is here's all these psychos. They're really into Halloween. They grew up on these 80 horror movies. They're working Halloween in this maze. Like, how would they dress? And it's like, they're going to dress similar to like the villains or the monsters that they grew up loving. And so they all kind of have this little flair to their own homage, where we have, Deacon, who kind of looks like Leatherface. We have Andy, who kind of looks like Pennywise. Amy, who plays Gemma, who looks very similar to like a Harley Quinn or like a Cupid or something else from like the comic books. And it's just kind of like them kind of in a sense, cosplaying their favorite villain that they grew up with in this, now being a villain themselves. So I thought that would be kind of a fun concept, is like dressing up like your favorite villain in a, you know, in a sense, and kind of taking on the persona to a degree.
I like that. I'm looking at the back of it. You know, there are some pretty good special features. So there's the cast behind the scenes, there's Chainsaw Day footage, and the table read. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I like this line that says, "As they start their adventure, the cash prize looks like a sure thing. But circumstances change as night falls, and the once lethargic, eerie creatures in the maze turn out to be a bereaved family of human skin harvesting."
He's talking. Sorry. Hey, you gotta take out your mask.
What up, guys?
Oh, buddy.
Hey!
I can't hear you, but good to see you.
We were just talking about you earlier.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm good, man. We're just, getting this stage up. Have you gone in yet?
No, I haven't gone in yet.
So
Yeah.
we're just doing what's called virtual production, and it's been amazing. It's the same technology used on Mandalorian, so we've been deep in that for months, and we're just about ready to start showcasing. So it's been a lot of work, but I can't wait to share it and show it with you guys.
That's awesome. And it's funny you mentioned the Mandalorian. There's like 6 degrees of separation. We had Dominic on earlier, and I was just showing off my autographed copy of Megalodon. So like this is great. I'm glad we got a chance to see you, because we haven't had a chance to chat since Battlestar was.
Because we've been in our development lab, which you'll get to see at some point.
Yeah,
so.
I'll walk him through it in a little bit.
All right, hey, good seeing you guys. I'm gonna run back in.
Hi,
everyone go walk through.
Hey. Yeah, sorry guys. He just popped in on me. We're doing stuff here at the studio, so like he was
No,
just
that's
trying to figure
cool.
out where I
Yeah,
was.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
No, we love James.
Oh, yeah, I would say always nice to chat with James, even if it's for a couple of minutes. And for those who are watching who don't know, that was director James Thomas, who directed Megalodon and Battlestar Wars, which
both with Amy.
Right, both starring Amy Poehler, both fantastic asylum sci-fi films, like really, really, really well done films. So
Well, before we go a little further, I am going to bring back our good friend Jeanette. Jeanette is coming back. Jeanette, hello.
Hello.
Hi, Jeanette.
Hi, everyone.
Jeanette, again, is the artist behind the dozens of illustrations and How Much Do You Tip an Exorcist? Jeanette, I'd like you to meet Amy and Emily and Dante.
Hello.
Hi.
Dante's
Awesome
taking us
to meet
behind
you.
the scenes here.
we're going for a walk.
I know,
Oh, you
it's
guys
so
are-
exciting. Full screen that.
Oh, here.
Hi,
Here, I'll
Dan.
give you guys. Here, give me 2 seconds. I'll give you guys a tour. Here, I'll turn it around. I don't know what you guys can see or not see, so I'll try to show you guys from like the start. Give me a second. I'm through like the whole studio right now, so I'll give you guys a little mini tour while you guys are talking. Go ahead.
So my question, and I'm gonna direct this towards Amy, because you and Dante have the same relationship that Ashes and I have. So when it came to casting for Fear Farm, how sure were you that you were going to end up with a role?
I try never to count my chickens. Obviously, it's, there is producer approval, of course, and thank God Marcus Allen and Howard Bird loved Dante and loved me. So that was, but I didn't really know them much at the time. And so I'm really glad that I got the 2 thumbs up. It's almost more nerve-wracking. I will say that. It's almost more nerve-wracking because there's like in your head a little bit extra pressure, and you're like, man, I cannot screw this up. I don't want to screw it up, but it's always more pressure when it's closer to home, especially if you're on a set. And then, of course, we are very big on separating church and state when it comes to that. But obviously other cast members and, people find out that you're in a relationship, and, you you worry like, oh God, are they gonna think that you know, and just that you worry about that. But thankfully, all the cast were super amazing. I mean, Dante actually does cast extremely well, and everyone was also. It was very cold on set, but it was very, very warm personalities, and we all got along amazingly, and just did our own things and worked together, and it was an incredible experience. Incredible.
Amy, you and John though are just so professional. Even at the table read, I had no clue you guys were together. I don't think I knew until it was like happening filming. Honestly, I was like, oh my gosh, they are? I had no idea. So you're very professional.
In particular, in the beginning, you know.
She just pretends she doesn't know me, and like,
who are you?
Excuse me, ma'am, is that man bothering
We're
you?
not together.
Yes, but I signed up for it.
Yeah. Kind of signs the contract. So my question to you, Amy, is how difficult is it, or is it difficult taking, direction and cues and getting criticism from your partner? Who's directing the film that you're in?
I love how Tom is just like, yes. How is it?
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm interested as well. I'm very interested in the answer to this question.
Yeah, I'll do the breed that way, but you're sleeping on the lawn.
I know from as far as we go, like Patsy produces
She's got her
the
hand
show.
like that. It's like, as far as we go.
You can talk to the hand, buddy. No, he produces the show and he comes up with a lot of the content and stuff. So, but sometimes we have a differing of opinions as to how things should play out. And so I was just curious if you encountered something similar being on set.
No, that's actually a super great question. It was questions that I think Dante and I had in our minds too when we did Fear Farm together, because that was our first experience doing that together. And so I obviously really trust him. We met on set, so there was already a professional relationship established between us. So I think there's definitely that respect that we have for each other. He also, in being one of the writers of the script and the main writer of it, he also I know that he knows the character just as well, if not better than me. So I was open, I think, and reliant on his interpretations of things. I never felt like I differed on any directions or anything like that he was giving me. Not even a little bit. Yeah, that was never an issue for me. Was it an issue for you, Dante?
No, not at all. I mean, definitely, it's hard sometimes to run in a note or something else just because you don't know. But I mean, yeah, we were totally fine. Nothing happened. So nothing bad happened. But I just remember that first day or two, just all right, let's see how this goes or whatever. But it was great actually. And Amy, I mean, she's really good at finding characters. And you guys have seen her in Megalodon, Battle Star Wars, and a bunch of other stuff. And she always tends to lose herself in the character anyways. And she's really great at that. I mean, when I wrote this script, immediately when I was writing Gemma, I kind of thought of Amy. And then when she read the script, before anybody else, she immediately thought of Gemma. And I was like, yeah, pretty much. So, she already knew what she was going to do with that. And I think she did a great job with it. There was a lot of times that she played around with the character and had a lot of fun. And it was actually stuff that I wasn't expecting. And it was a pleasant surprise. Oh man, I didn't think it could be that fun, so it was great.
Well, I think there's, no matter how intimate you are with a character as the writer, people are going to look at it and take it a different way and, get their own interpretation, especially if someone is losing themselves and turning themselves into that character. And you're 100% right. I think that's something that I've seen Amy do again and again and again. And she does it wonderfully every single time. So, Emily, we haven't asked you a question in a while. So I want to know, when you heard about this, what?
Oh no, I want to know about their characters.
Well, yeah, I want to. We'll get to that in just a moment.
Okay.
But I want to know what the casting process and the audition process? Like when you found out about this, how did you get into the film?
Sure. So I found I was just on Actors Access scrolling through, and I saw posting for it, and so I submitted my demo reel and all of that to Dante, I believe, and I got some sides back, and I did my take, and when I read the sides, it was not going to give any spoilers away, but it was for people who haven't seen it yet, but towards the end of the movie when some things happened to my character. So as soon as I read exactly what happened to my character, it was so dark and twisted. I was like, oh my God, I have to book this, please. I have to book this. This is going to be so much fun. And thankfully, they, liked what they saw and they booked me, and I was ecstatic. I was so excited. And I classify Amy and Dante as two of my best friends. I love them so much. And so I'm so thankful to have, met them and worked with them, because now they're literally two of my favorite people in the entire world. I don't know what I would do without them.
Yeah, because Amy spoke glowingly of you when we were doing the Women in Horror articles last year, and she's like, "Oh my God, you have to talk to." Well, she's way more diplomatic about it. She's like, "Hey, do you mind if I suggest potentially talking to?" So she's very, very diplomatic about it. It's I read some of her messages in like a British accent almost, because it's like. So proper and it's like absolutely, like you can suggest people because I trust your judgment because you are a fantastic person.
She is.
And I remember seeing a picture. Don, I've seen you twirling your mustache a little bit, Dante, and it's not as mighty as it once was. It looks like you tried, like
it's not.
And started it again.
Yeah, I started it again. I took it off in the beginning of COVID just because, wearing face masks all the time with a really long, curly Q mustache, it was just dropping my mouth all day, and so it's getting really annoying. So I basically told Amy, I'm like, I'm taking it off. I went totally clean shaven, which I haven't done in years, and basically rocked that out. And then after I think a month, I really missed it, and I was like, all right, let's start this process again. So it's slowly coming back. It takes to get it out. I mean, when it's epic, it's so far out. It takes a year to get it there. It takes such a long time. So it's slowly on the way, but it's finally getting back to the point where it's kind of winging out a little bit. So that's good. So,
I will tell you,
last
year was the longest I've ever had a mustache. I was doing, because I shave just about everything except for the pink strip here.
Yeah.
Right before hockey playoffs, and I do the hockey beard, the playoff beard.
Okay. Yeah, totally.
The Bruins were going, Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, so I had I would say the mightiest mustache I had ever had, which was still nowhere remotely close to even what you have. Generally, if I try to grow a mustache, I look like I lure children into my gingerbread house. It's bad. It's like,
oh no,
where are you coming from? Well, I slept in a boxcar down at the switchyard. I can't grow a mustache, so I commend you for it.
Well, actually, I can't grow a beard. I can't. It gets all patchy on the sides. It doesn't really work. And there was one time, I think 4 or 5 years ago, where I was trying to grow out a beard, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna try. I'm giving it 2 months, 3 months. I'm really gonna try to see if it just thickens up, and it didn't. It looked awful. It was the worst beard ever. But my mustache on the side just kept going and going and going, and I was like, all right, that's interesting. I didn't know my mustache did that. You know what? I'm just going to lean into that end of it, and that will be my facial hair play, is just the mustache. So, that's what I get. So I don't get the beard, but I get the mustache for some reason. So
and that was
the
first picture I ever saw of you. I was like, that's a fucking mustache right there.
It was such a fucking mustache that he actually showed me the picture. He's like, Dante, look at his mustache. I was like, wow, that is amazing.
I'm actually really lucky with Amy that she actually enjoys it as much as I do. Because I think most women would be like, you need to shave that the fuck off right now. That is the worst thing I've ever seen. You were not allowed to have that mustache. But Amy actually is fully in support of it. And when I shaved it off, immediately she was like, I miss the mustache. And I was like, oh, now I feel bad. Terrible move. It was a bad call. It was a really bad call.
I laminated it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she no mustache. No. Like she's like,
no.
But I'm a fan of everything else. He actually a few years ago went as the kids from Stranger Things.
gender swapped.
Yeah, gender swapped Stranger Things. This was immediately after, like the Halloween after Stranger Things had come out.
Season 1.
So they hadn't had the costumes and stuff, at like Spirit Halloween yet. So we, did like the homemade costumes and everything. And I was Mike and he was 11 and he shaved everything. And oh my God, I didn't recognize him for a moment.
Yeah, Jeanette can attest to this. There were people I saw Friday who didn't recognize me Saturday.
Yeah.
Like
I was one of them.
And I looked at him and I was like, sweetie, I commend your commitment to the costume because it looked great.
I was told I looked like Uncle Fester in drag.
But I don't know. I missed it. I missed it.
I have a weird shaped head, like a really weird shaped head, and a really weird like balding pattern. Like I have this patch right here, and then nothing behind it.
It's kind of like the map of Pangea,
My brother had a patch right here that he grew out and combed back, but there was skin for about 4 inches, and I was like,
weird.
"You're not fooling anyone. You're not like." So at least you have the hair to go with, your amazing mustache, and you can do different looks. This is essentially it for me. Like I can do legs, or I can shave it off. Well, thank you, Emily. So back to Ash's question.
Yes, back to my question to both Amy and to Emily. What can you tell us about your characters?
Amy, go ahead.
We'll start with Amy first. So go alphabetical.
Yes, alphabetical.
Okay, so there's 2 in my mind main character traits to Gemma. One is a childlike fun and play. Most of her stuff is what should be dark and menacing, even though she has those moments, are like, this is so fun, like, do it again. And she likes to dress colorfully and things like that. And the other side is she's in this family of very large men. And she is the only girl. And she's the smartest, right? She's absolutely brilliant, and she consistently is hit with their lack of understanding, for lack of a better term, and has to kind of hit home and be like, oh my God, like, why don't you get it? That's stupid, and tries to sort of force herself on them, and they cower to her a little bit, they'll bow to her, even though they're 3 times her size. And she's, got that real, like, proving herself determination and not letting men kind of get away with guy stuff, So, yeah, those are like 2 of the main things about her that I think are prominent and what I love. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Is that what drew you to this character when you were first reading the Dante's script? Like, did you see the character and be like, okay, I want to play. I want the opportunity to play her because I believe in her mission. I believe what she has to say.
Yeah, 100%. And I can't see anyone anymore.
That was amazing to me.
Oh, okay.
Just because you're talking, and I keep forgetting to do that when people talk.
Okay, oh my God. There I am again. Stop. Yeah, that is what, to answer your question, that is what attracted me to her. One of the things that is really fun, especially with some of these genres and Fear Farm and Gemma in particular, is I have never, there's been some similarities and qualities some of the characters I've played in the past, but I've never played someone that kind of giddy too, and that was really fun. And getting to, I don't know, you don't get to do that kind of stuff in real life or say those kinds of things or behave that way. So it's fun. It's fun to get a little psycho out and a little extra stuff out.
It seems like it can be cathartic.
It was very cathartic, actually.
So Emily, how about you?
What I love about Dante is that he's very like women empowerment. So when I first read the script, I saw that there were some obvious things that they were going for. Rustin was kind of the sarcastic, funny guy, the younger brother who tags along. We're like, all right, Rustin. Brandon, who played my boyfriend, was kind of, like fidgety blonde one or whatever. Melanie is this badass, and so when I was reading my character, I was like, interesting. There's not like necessarily like a trope that they're going to play into or play off of. So when I was reading it and just seeing how strong Dante is made with the other women in the film, Herschel's wife, Amy's character, Tiana's character, I thought I would go along with that, and I don't want to spoil anything, but the women go far, wink wink, in this movie, and I just, I tried to play her, cool, but not taking herself too seriously. Like there's one part, she's in a cheerleader outfit. She's not a cheerleader. She had an audition that morning. Her friends wouldn't let her change. But as I'm roaming the cornfields, I do a cartwheel, and it's like the worst cartwheel in the world. I'm sorry.
It is the worst cartwheel. You're right.
Like Creed from The Office.
I come back to that with, wow, I guess I didn't crush that audition. I'm like, shit, kind of a thing. But I do have to commend Dante for always writing, like strong characters. Not a lot of people do that, especially men writers. No offense to men writers, but a lot of them don't necessarily do that. And so, thanks, Dante, for giving us all strong characters and Fear Farm.
Well, if you like strong female characters, shameless plug, you will enjoy the final chapter of my book, the story titled "Winter's Discontent."
Yes.
Nice.
I think that's probably the best and strongest story in the entire thing. And it's funny because one of the sections, and because I'm speaking to some Asylum alum here, and you guys know how huge a fan I am. I have a list of movies that I think the Asylum should make. That's part of the book. So
we actually had this joke with the Asylum where we used to say that we should just put up on a dartboard, like on one side a disaster and on the other side monsters, and then you could just like throw darts, and that would be like the next script, like zombie submarine. And we're like, there we go, that's the next movie, zombie submarine. Got all right, somebody write zombie submarine. Let's make this movie happen. So it was just kind of like fun like thing we wanted to play with.
One of mine actually kind of hits close to home because we're in the middle of a pandemic that was started in China, and one of the ideas is pandademic. Yeah. Well, again, this started in 2015, so
yeah.
But I also I have stuff like that, like chimpanzee, crazy shit like that. Dante, so kind of piggybacking off the question we asked the ladies here, how closely to your vision, and I know you touched on it a little bit when talking about Amy's portrayal of Gemma, how closely to your vision did not just Amy and Emily bring your characters to life, but the rest of the actors as well? Because it, as much as we like to pump up your guys' tires, there are other folks in the film. So
there are. Yeah, I mean, as far as the other actors go, like this is the first film, like, I've casted a lot of movies. If you look at like, I don't know, Canyon or James or some of the directors I work with as well, some of my partners, like I cast a lot of their movies as well. And normally when like I'm doing casting, it's like a whole process. You post up the casting, you watch self-tapes, you bring people in the room, then you go to like the second and third round of auditions and try to find your cast. And in Fear Farm, actually, my whole cast like was casted off of self-tapes. Like Emily sent in a self-tape. Chris Leary, who plays Rustin, does a brilliant job in this movie. Like, he's hysterical. You know, I wrote some funny things in the script. Chris ad-libbed some amazing things in this movie that I couldn't even anticipate could come out of somebody's mouth. So those were incredible. Houston Stevenson, like just everybody in the movie. John Littlefield, who plays Herschel, God, incredible actor. I love John to death. God, perfect. Like, just, I will have John in every movie if I can. I love him so much. And all these people, it's just like self-tapes. I was watching it. I was going through self-tape after self-tape, and then I landed on some, and I was like, oh my God, like, this is the character I wrote. This person already knows what they're doing. I don't have to go into the audition room. I don't have to do anything else. Let's just call these people and give them the roles. And Mark and Howard, who are the producers, who I've worked with a lot, Mark, you know, S. Allen and Howard Bird, they've supported me so much in my career. I've DP'd a bunch of their movies. I've directed, you know, several of their movies. And those guys are just super creative individuals. They always come to play. They are always down for the cause. And they put tons of faith into me. And so when I told them I want to cast off self-tapes, they watched the self-tapes. They were in total agreement. Like, they made their own list of actors they liked, and all of my actors were on their list as #1 as well. So they saw my vision instantly. So all these actors just got calls and didn't have to audition in the room or do anything else, which was kind of a fun experience for me to just be able to get through casting that fast. It usually takes like weeks. And I think Fear Farm, we casted in like 5 days. It was incredible. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just blown away by all these guys. I mean, you'll watch the movie, you'll kind of see they all have their own characters. They all bring a spark to it. Tiana Tuttle, who plays Melanie, who's basically our heroine in the movie, like, she was phenomenal. Like, when I saw her in her self-tape, she just looked like this kick-ass girl. She looked like she could punch you in the face and it would hurt, but she also had this like delicateness to her, and it was just this double-edged sword with her. And I was just immediately, I was like, this is Melanie. This girl has got to play this role. She is perfect for it. And, you know, at the time, her resume was very light, but I was like, this girl is, you know, star. She's got it in her. You know, all these actors do. They're all stars in the making. And I was like, just call them all. They're in the movie. Like, we're done. We're done. Let's make this film. So it was, yeah, I got really, really lucky on this project at how quickly casting went and how well these actors did.
Awesome. So, you know, there used to be a trope at award shows. You know, when it's not so much now because now everybody wears so many different hats when it comes to filmmaking. But there was always a trope when, you know, an actor would get an award and they'd be like, thank you so much for this award, but what I really want to do is direct, you know. And I saw a director one time was like, oh, I really appreciate this, but he was a writer. What I really want to do is act. So if you guys could, you know, and again, we'll go reverse alphabetical order. We'll give Emily the first shot at this one. Is writing or directing something that you would want to do since you've acted so much?
Mainly, I just want to act. I have written a few things and produced a couple of shorts, but and you know, I've had the help of Dante in doing some of these things. I would never say no, but I think what I would really, not trying to like pigeonhole myself, but I just love acting so much.
Dante, how about you? Do you want to you've written and directed, you know, do you want to get in front of the camera, do some stuff, write yourself a starring role?
Oh, hell no. Nope. I never want to do that. I could not do it. I don't think I could act at all. I would feel sorry for anybody who ever casted me in anything. Yeah, no way. No desire to get in front of the camera one way or the other. Even getting in front of this camera is already something where I'm like, all right, this is as far as I'll go, is like in these interviews. But beyond that, like, yeah, not doing it.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah,
you did, because I think you've got a huge personality, and I'm really enjoying chatting with you.
I mean, you definitely have the face for live podcast interviews. So.
Well, that's good. I guess that's good. I'll take that all day.
Apparently, the Salvadori mustache, it helps.
So, Amy, that leaves you. How about you? Do you have any other grand aspirations aside from acting?
Currently not that I'm open to change. Sometimes I fiddle around with some writing. I'm not very good, but it's more like a creative cathartic process. but no, not at the moment. Again, I'm open to change. I'm not like, oh, I'm only this, but this is kind of where I feel like I can do better than other things. I hope.
Well, I'll tell you, when it comes to writing, I recently submitted a story for a Lovecraft anthology, and it was getting down to the deadline, and I was like, shit, I haven't written anything. So I was looking at some older stuff that I had written, and this is from like 2007. I'm reading it, and I'm like, this is shit. This is garbage. How did I think this was a good idea? So I went through it, and I totally revamped it, and I changed the story around. I read it to Ash, and she liked it. So I was like, all right, because she's not one of those like, yeah, that was really good. Let's hang it up on the fridge. She's like, if I write something,
I'll
bad,
tell him when something is horrible.
Yeah. She's like, no, that doesn't make any sense, and I hate that character, and they're stupid, and you're stupid, and I want to.
Sometimes when he describes something, sometimes he'll use like too many descriptive words, and I'll be like, okay, let's make that section a little more concise. Like, let's make that a little bit
greenish,
more
yellowish,
readable.
tall.
You know. So yeah, I'm not going to sit there and be like, sweetie, I love you. Your writing is great. Like, no, because I want him to make money someday.
Yeah, that's
the goal is for me to be a trophy wife and sit at home. So like, he's not going to do that if his writing is crap. Like, that's not going to happen.
That's
so
fair.
you know, I need to let him know what the people want.
It's funny. Like, when I started writing the story years ago, it was about this guy who was like one of the last survivors on Earth, and he comes across an unlooted store, and I was like, all right, I have to be consistent, so I'm going to write down every single thing that this guy has taken out of this store and put into like his duffel bag, so if he uses it later, I'll just, people won't be able to like, well, you never said that he did that. And there was about a half a page of just shit that he was taking, like, oh, he took fish hooks and matches. It's like, you don't have to do that. You can just say he rummaged through the store for supplies, and it works just as well. But
That's awesome.
I always give people the same advice when it comes to any creative endeavor that you want to do, because this was advice that was given to me on like the second or third podcast I ever did. And one of the people was our buddy El Goro from Talk Without Rhythm, and who's got like 600 episodes, and he did audio commentary for the Arrow release of The Thing, because that's how well he knows movies. And the other person on the show, the other guest, was Steven Scarlatta. And if you are not familiar with him, get familiar with him. He does a podcast, and I can't recall it. I'll put the notes in the link in the show notes once we're done. But it's like all about movies and TV shows that never got made, but like had these great ideas, and he's produced and he's directed, he's done all this stuff, and I was like, man, I feel out of my league. And the two of them basically said, there are a million people that do what we do, but no one has your voice. No one's going to tell the story the way you tell the story, because there are essentially 8 different types of stories that can be told. I think that's like how it was broken down. Like, there's so many times that the hero's journey has been told. If I were to start describing like, oh, this orphan kid finds out that they're the chosen one, and they get taken on this grand adventure away from their home after their parents are killed, and their wise old mentor figure ends up dying before their training is complete, and they have to go through all these trials and tribulations before they realize their full potential, and they finally combat the big evil character. Who am I talking about? Am I talking about Harry Potter? Am I talking about Rocky? Am I talking about Luke Skywalker? Like, there are so many of these characters. It's just all in how you tell the story. And, it's kind of like we were talking about earlier, like with Dante, you said, these are the characters I wrote. And then Amy takes a look at it, and Emily takes a look at it and says, this is my interpretation of what you wrote, and this is how I'm going to kind of portray that. And, it's that writer-reader relationship that really drives the creative process. And it doesn't matter what you're creating as long as you're striving to be better at it. I stopped writing in 6th grade because I thought everything I wrote was terrible and dumb. And then I read the Stephen King story, The Mangler, about a haunted laundry machine that kills people. Then I found out that they made a movie about it. Then I found out they made a sequel to that movie. And I said, after that, there's nothing that I could write that's going to be dumber than a haunted laundry machine that kills people.
And now you're writing again, and I'm really glad.
Yeah, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to write. I've been writing stories ever since I was a little kid because I have this great imagination, and I think that's something that all creative people have in common. You know, like Amy and Emily, you guys said that, you know, maybe I'll do something other than acting, but I don't know. I think that where you guys are creative people, you would be able to succeed in whatever you do. You know, because you have this experience. You've been on, you know, you've been in front of the camera. Amy, you've got the benefit of having Dante, who writes and directs, so you kind of have like more of an insight into his head.
Right.
You know, I'm sure you guys discuss things and talk about things, whether you're working together on a project or not.
Always,
I'm sure,
yeah.
For sure.
are always going back and forth because you have that creative stuff. And Emily, I'm sure you have people that you talk to as well.
Amy and Dante.
Yeah, it's pretty true. Yeah.
I don't know anything about your personal life, and I don't want to make any assumptions. So, you know, I know you know, if you're going to be talking with Emily and Dante, that those are two very good resources to have. So everybody's got this, you know, if you have this a creative person, like Jeanette and I teamed up on this book, and I've been saying, you know, since, you know, I saw her artwork, that, and this is 2015, she was doing this artwork for me, where her artwork made me want to write better stuff, because I was like, holy shit, like she took what I wrote and this was her interpretation of it. I need to up my game to match what she's putting out there. And it's a great, you know, it's a great relationship to have. You know, anytime I write something, this is who I talk to.
Hi.
I'm like, tell me what you think of this passage. Tell me what you think of this one. Like, I'm really proud of this. Tell me what you think of it. And she's like, well, you know, that part was good, but this part needs some work. You know, maybe switch this around. And, you know, it's good to have that, because people are going to drive you to be better, especially if you're one of those people that can take criticism. Because I'm sure the three of you have seen these things where it's like, well, that was good, but let's try it this way. No, I'm the best. Nothing I could do is bad.
Well, I have questions for people. So if you're done,
Yeah, sorry.
with your rant, it was, sweetie. It was a really good rant.
Yeah. Well, you know how supportive I get of these folks.
I know, and I support and love them too. I cannot wait to watch Fear Farm. You know, I can't wait to see what else you guys do.
$10 at Walmart.
But my question is for Dante. I am currently in the process of writing my first short screenplay. And it is something that I never thought I would do. I thought I would always be the one in front of the camera. I didn't think I would be the one with the idea. You know, I thought I would be the one maybe leading ideas to someone, like, hey, maybe you should write this. You know, hey, maybe you should write that. But I didn't think I would be the one with the idea that somebody is like, hey, you should write that and direct it. And, you know,
that was me. I said that.
Go from there. So I was just curious if you had any thoughts, any recommendations, any criticisms, constructive criticisms that you could give to first-time attempted screenwriters.
I mean, the only thing I'll say is, I mean, for anybody looking to get into like the film industry, you know, whether it's writing, whether it's directing, whether it's acting, you know, anything you want to do, the best advice I can give anybody is Hollywood never quits you, you quit Hollywood. And some people, it happens overnight, you know, within a couple weeks or a couple months of being here, something happens, or wherever you are, whatever you make, it goes huge. And sometimes it takes years and decades and a long struggle. But the difference is, you know, anybody who sticks with it, anybody who pushes hard enough, like, you will make it. It's just that old saying of, you know, Hollywood never quits you. You quit Hollywood. People pack their bags, they go home, or they take that script that they've been trying to get done for years and they toss it in a drawer and say it'll never happen. And I mean, even looking at, screenplays like Jojo Rabbit, it was like that movie was written 8 years before it was made. And no one wanted that script. No one wanted to make the movie. No one wanted to do anything with it. And then here it is winning an Academy Award for Best Adapted Screenplay. So that's the biggest thing, is being your own, hero in a sense, believing that what you have is great and sticking with that and not losing that focus, believing you can do it, believing you wrote something good and kind of moving forward with it. Beyond that, don't worry about, budgets. Don't worry about the cool cameras you have or the equipment you don't have, whether it's just like a cell phone or a DSLR. I love Andy Warhol's old statement, which is make art while the world is deciding if it's good or bad art, make more art.
Mhm.
And that's a big thing, I think, for people. I mean, when I started in this, I was 16 years old with my dad's camcorder, and me and my little brothers were making awful kung fu movies. And they still exist too. My brother Nick loves to play them at times. And it was just starting with that and just trying to move forward and see where that would take me and just believing that, I could. And, believe it or not, there are every facet of the film industry, whether it's a cinematographer, it's a sound mixer, it's makeup, it's wardrobe. There is somebody out there dying. My phone's getting a low battery. It's dying to connect with you. So don't be afraid to reach out and start a network, whether it's on Facebook or on Stage 32, on Craigslist. It doesn't matter where it is. There are people out there that will show up for nothing just to be a part of what it is we do. And a lot of stuff, when I first started, I mean, I was shooting things for free. I just wanted to hold a camera. I wanted to try things. I wanted to write things and see what it would play out to. And all of these people that I met along the way were just hopping on for nothing and just wanted to do that too. They just wanted to have a fun weekend. They wanted to have a fun 5 days. They wanted to spend a week shooting a feature film with no money, and they were down for the cause. And that's the biggest thing is build your network. When you write a screenplay, it's share it with people, put it out into the world, and you'd be amazed at how receptive people are and how many connections people have that you didn't know they did have. I've got a lot of friends who wrote screenplays, and I told them the same thing. I was send it out to your friends, your families, your aunts, your uncles, just any we can think of, and ask them to read it. And then all of a sudden it was hey, my uncle's best friend is a lawyer and he's always wanted to make a movie, and now he's going to fund my film. And it was this crazy thing that no one ever anticipated would happen. And it's don't be scared to put yourself out there. Don't be scared to fail and to kind of, don't be that tortured artist who hides in a room and hides their work away from the world. Put it out there, let the art be the art. And like I said, while people are judging whether it's good or bad, make more art. And along the way, those are just things that are going to open up. I never thought I would direct a movie. I never thought people would give me, money to do it. I never thought when I did direct a movie that any distribution company was going to buy that movie. There were all those doubts in my head. Even when, I was writing Fear Farm, Mark S. Allen and Howard Bird, who are the producers on Fear Farm, actually, they even chimed in with notes for the writing. And they were hey, this is good. We should tweak this. We should do this. We should do that. And it was being amenable to that idea of listening to other creatives as well and kind of making that happen. And, it's just connecting with those people. They're out there. They're looking too. And the difference is if you don't jump out in the world and say, hey, I'm here, I'm ready to make something, then no one's going to answer the call.
That makes sense.
I think that's some pretty solid advice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Golf claps from the chat. No, that's very, very good advice.
What do
definitely.
they say? You
in a lot of
you miss
industries,
100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah.
So
and beyond that, real quick, even for things you guys Fantasy Asylum and things like that, there's Anna over the Asylum, and her whole job is just people submit her screenplays for movies. She reads them and then decides if the Asylum should make that a movie. And I've seen tons of first-time screenplay writers submit stuff and do that. And then I've even seen there's a director I worked with, Jared Cohn, and when I worked with him, I asked him how he got started, and he'd actually done that. He had sent a script to the Asylum, never written anything. He was an actor prior to that. He wrote this script. He sent it to the Asylum. The Asylum came back. They loved the script. They asked what he wanted to do with it, and he said, I'd love to direct it. And they were okay, cool, let's do it. And that was it. And that's why he started directing. Now he's done 40 feature films, I think, as a director, but it was all just submitting it to people and hoping they liked it, and then the phone call rang. So it's definitely their avenues are there. Those companies have every major studio, and even every small studio has a person who's just there to do nothing but read the script and decide if they want to make it a movie. Now, if you want to go to giant companies like Skydance, without a agent, you're not going to get there. But on those smaller end companies, they are looking every day. They're looking for the next movie they're going to make.
That's good to know because, I have, again, because I love that type of, the asylum type films, the mockbusters. Again, in my book, I know I keep talking about it, but I never really plug myself, and
You've
should.
also had a lot of drink.
Yeah, but there's a ready-made universe already in there, and there's a one story called Roboctopus, and the sequel Croctopus are both in the book, and it's part of this larger universe that I've created, the Riftverse. So now,
oh my god,
I know you guys are probably getting close to the time where you need to jump off.
Yeah, probably. I think Dante's phone is done.
Yeah, well, I know
I'm
Emily,
on set. I'm sitting outside, but yeah.
But it's this kills your battery really quickly. But I want to thank you guys all for joining. First of all, thank you for taking the time and giving us some great advice, and we're really excited to see the movie.
And just a reminder for those watching, either above or below in the show notes, you can see where you can purchase Fear Farm and do it, because we have it, and I'm so excited to watch it.
Yeah, and it's in the teacher scroll.
I'm excited to read your book too.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
And your illustrations, Jeanette.
And she's phenomenal. Like I just said, go nuts with whatever you think, and she made some amazing stuff. Like I said, I will be doing an unboxing of my books tomorrow when they arrive, and you'll probably see a nearly 40-year-old man cry. So that's fine.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Awesome.
So before y'all bounce, since I was making sure you had the floor, Doodles.
Nice.
That's Fear Farm-ish. Yeah. I was just, there we go. Looking at your cover art, which is amazing. Then here's what you guys.
Oh, that's awesome!
I told you.
That's amazing.
She's fucking good. Like,
right? It's incredible.
So you guys need art. This is who you talk to. Like, she. Yeah. We actually had a filmmaker on a little while ago who wants to work with her for her Splatterpunk documentary.
Splatterpunk's fun.
Yeah, like, see, this is the other thing that I was talking about is I like to do these things to get a bunch of different people on, because it's kind of like networking as well. Like,
totally.
So before we let you guys go, Dante, I'll start with you before your phone dies. Where can folks find you on social media? Where do you like folks following you, and where can folks find your work?
So website kick2kill.com. So KICK2kill.com. Same on Instagram at kick2kill. So that's where you can kind of see what's going on with us. And then Dante, you're on Facebook. Anybody who wants to send me a request, feel free. I love to connect with people. And anybody interested in filmmaking or has more questions, feel free to reach out. I'll try to answer as many as I can and kind of guide you along or whatever. Or maybe I'll just post Anna's email from the asylum and everybody just submit scripts to her. I'm not going to do that, but that would be super funny.
I will say, if you ever need any voiceover or like voice acting work, I'm available and I'm cheap. So
fantastic. And I wanted to say, before I get out of here, though, guys, I want to give a shout out to Dave Manadio, who is one of my best friends, cinematographer for Fear Farm. I want to give him a shout out because shooting in a cornfield is a pain in the ass, and lighting a cornfield is even worse. There's no electricity. It's cold. Corn is tall. light doesn't travel through corn at all. It's just like giant walls. And he did an amazing job really dialing in the look of this film. So I want to make sure that I give him a shout out just because I came from being a DP first before writing and directing. And I know how much of a pain in the ass that job is and how much talent it takes. So I want to make sure I give him a shout out because he did an amazing job with Fear Farm. And I enjoyed this so much, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, anytime. Anytime. We will always promote your stuff. Amy, where do you like folks following you and where can folks find your work?
I am on Facebook. I'm mostly on Instagram at Stoltonator. I am on Twitter, but I'm terrible with using it. Once every 3 months you'll see me post something. So Instagram's the best place at Stoltonator. As far as seeing my work, we've got Fear Farm, obviously, in Target and Walmart, online, VOD, Independent Pictures. And let's see, I don't know, is Megalodon still, it just played again on Sci-Fi Channel like a month ago. Megalodon is out there on VOD, I think. Battle Star Wars is on VOD. And Escape the Night is on YouTube. So that's the work that I've got out there.
Megalodon, you can stream, and this is weird, Hoopla, DirecTV, Sci-Fi, USA, and WWE Network.
Yeah.
Nice.
There's an app I use called Just Watch, and you just put the movie in, and it tells you where it's streaming, where you can buy it, how much it is.
That's awesome.
It's a great app.
What's it called again?
Just Watch.
Just watch.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool.
Battle Star Wars you can find on Hoopla as well. It's available to rent from $1.99 to $4.99, or you can buy it from $7.99 to $9.99.
There we go.
And Emily, up to you.
So I'm on Instagram mainly, but also Twitter and then Facebook. And they're all the same. It's Emily Sweet, so at ITSEMILYSWEET. And you can find most of my stuff on Amazon or Vudu or basically any place where Fear Farm's doing what my other movies are. And then once theaters open back up, that's where Castle Freak will be.
Great. So
Which I
excited.
came before. So thank you guys again for taking the time. I really appreciate it. Dante, I hope you enjoyed the amazing weather that you're currently dealing with there.
Yeah, it's okay actually, man. It's like 70 and at the moment. It was smoky and like fire ridden for like 5 days, and now it's like 70 and awesome, so it's not bad.
Yeah.
So I'm just hanging out. Hey, here's Dave Manadio right here. Look, can you see him?
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hi.
Yeah, so Dave Manadio, the DP of Fear Farm, actually hanging out next to me right now. He's inside the studio. He just popped out for a smoke real quick. So there you guys go. So, and then you go, hey, I got another one for you. Kenya Prince. You see him on there?
Oh, yeah.
You guys know Canyon, the director of Rancala. And he's in Battle Star Wars. Canyon's in Battle Star Wars. And then also the director of Rancala, The Final Level, awesome movie. Emily Sweet's in that movie. So there you go. Plug for you up there, I guess. I'm trying to get that box right now. I think I hit it.
Excellent.
Yeah, that should still be online, I think, right, Em?
Yeah, it's still on Prime and all those channels, I think.
Yeah.
And services, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys again. We really appreciate you taking the time. Go charge your phones, and anytime you have something you want to promote, let me know, and we'll get you guys on. We'll do something.
Absolutely.
And there will be a review of Fear Farm up probably within the next few days.
Awesome. Thank you for having us. Great to see you guys again.
Anytime.
Jeanette.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Awesome.
Oh my god, coolest people on the planet.
They're they're so nice. They're so great. And it's funny. Like Amy wasn't on the original Megalodon episode because she had a scheduling conflict and wasn't able to make it.
But we had both her and director James Thomas on an episode of Throwdown Thursday. I want to say towards the beginning of the year for Battle Star Wars.
Yes.
Nice.
And we have that promo that we play on occasion. That's in our nice rotation.
In rotation, yeah.
I've heard the promos.
Yeah, so it's really cool to have the opportunity to, meet some of these people, put a face to a name. I mean,
Facebook
granted,
profile.
sometimes well, I mean, you see them sometimes act as other characters and stuff, but it's nice to actually meet the person and say, hey, you're so and so, like you are so and so, not you're not the character, you're not this person, you're you. And it's just a nice thing to be able to do. And I think what's so great is that they're so willing to take time out of their day to come chat with us about their projects. And we appreciate everyone who, it's a big community. It's one big circle. When one of us succeeds, we all succeed, kind of one of those things.
A rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah. And, as far as, Fear Farm goes, I'm really excited to see this film, and I have been for quite a bit since I knew it was a thing, which
it's been a while.
It was a bit ago, I
Amy told me
love
about it.
independent horror so much because I find that independent horror really has new and fresh ideas that just keeps me on my toes versus the stuff that Hollywood really keeps pumping out. And
Hollywood likes its routines.
Yeah, it's like I don't necessarily need another I don't need a remake. I don't need a sequel. I don't need a trilogy. I don't need a quadrilogy. I don't need a whatever the
prequel,
sixth or
spin-offs and reboots
franchise. I don't need a reboot. Like I don't need any of that. Sometimes I just want a fresh idea, and I don't care how much money they have in the budget. I don't care what so much
how the shooting schedule was,
right? Like I want to see new ideas. Like I want to be on I want to be kept on my toes. Like I want to be out the edge of my seat.
Well,
and I think that independent horror is where it's at.
Well, that's a delightful segue to, because I have a bunch of stuff sitting next to me that I've been planning to.
Oh, did I miss rehearsal but hit the mark?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Finger guns for that. You can't see it, but it's happening.
No, you can see
finger guns for that.
So independent horror, we have one that we also recently picked up at Walmart. The Trees Have Eyes, directed by local filmmaker Jordan Pacheco, and featuring our good friend Brianna. Chris says we should create scripts for the stories in Duel of the Monsters and get a film anthology series going. That would be a good idea. I like that. Also, speaking of Brianna and independent film, we have One Last Kill and the sequel, The Box, which I don't know if you can see it. Yep, there's the poster right there. Autographed by the entire cast, which I bring up all the time because there's like one of them and I have it. It came from the 508 Productions, and you can go to It Came From the 508 to buy those Blu-rays for $10 a piece. Also $10 a piece. Strawberry Lane by Jeremy Joseph Arruda, who is not only a talented filmmaker, but artist and musician as well. And we just bought a piece of his art recently. He is supremely talented, and apparently in 2 separate screenings of this film, people have walked out.
And vomited, apparently.
Yes. Journey into the pit of darkness and witness the twisted fantasies of 2 depraved killers. Harry Mayland is a lonely man with a sinister secret. Billy Crawford is a dangerous psychopath with a penchant for blood. What could happen when 2 depraved madmen fight for the same victims? Journey down Strawberry Lane. Sit back, relax, and prepare to lose your mind. It is a 20-minute film, and I think it has to be 20 minutes because if it was any longer, you probably would go insane. That's not an indictment. That is a compliment to that film.
Yes.
That film is...
We have seen it multiple times, a couple of times in an actual viewing setting.
At a screening,
at a screening. That's what they're called. They're called screenings.
Because there's a screen there.
Here's a screen there.
And there's a picture of a train.
Yeah. And it's even better upon second watch, and it's even better upon third watch. Like you pick up on
Because the first
on so many because the first
you
the
are
first time,
shocked.
yeah, the first time you see it, you're just kind of like, what the hell am I watching?
Where did he get
Like,
a Nazi flag?
What is this? Like, what is going on? Who am I at this point? What is life? Like, you ask yourself so many questions. And then, you watch it a second time and you're like, okay, you kind of start putting pieces of that puzzle together. And then upon third watch, you're just like, yeah, I'm used to it at this point. Yeah,
Well,
yeah, this is what happens. This is a thing.
Before we go,
it's so good.
Before we go, I do want to shout out a couple more folks, because I know we promised that some of the folks from Axe to Grind Part 2 were going to be on, and unfortunately they were unable to make it due to scheduling and health issues. So I want to just say to those ladies, rest, feel better. We will have you on again, because you are definitely going to be in more things, and we're going to have a lot more stuff to promote for you. So, don't worry about it. We're still going to promote the shit out of the film, because you might be seeing someone in it.
But definitely check out and I'm sure it's in the show notes. Check out the Axe to Grind Indiegogo right now, today on Friday.
There's 4 days left.
18th. Yeah. So there's 4 days left. But as of today, right now, all of the perks are half off.
Not all, like some of the bigger
Most
ones.
of the perks.
Like
a lot
the
of the
King
perks
for a day that was 1,000 is now 500.
Right. Like that's crazy. So, definitely check it out. If you're interested, please support this film. It's going to be crazy good, starring the likes of Debbie Rashawn and Stormy Daniels and Rhiannon Nicole and
Rachel Hoffman, Jess Snyder.
Yep. Diana Prince is in it.
Yep.
You may know her as Darcy the Mail Girl from the Joe Bob Briggs Last Drive-In. So many other
Kara Nicole, cosplayer extraordinaire. Colton Baumgartner, who also recently wrote a book called Fair.
Nice.
Which is also it's actually a screenplay.
Okay, but can we hold on? Can we turn this around? Oh, it's backwards. Can we look at the fabulousness that is Colton right there in that photo? Like, seriously, that's a lot of fabulousness happening right there.
His hair
and I feel like I need to be friends with him.
His hair was light pink. He just went to light gray now.
Oh, yeah. I love a light gray moment.
He was also in a film we just covered recently, Evil Under the Skin, that Leo and I covered on the Indie Creator Spotlight, which was his first acting gig. But this film, this screenplay, Fair, is actually being adapted.
Really?
At least that's a rumor I heard. I would love to see it as a movie, because it's pretty interesting. It's got some good vibes to it, and that's all I'll say about that. I would like to see. No, not Wonder Woman. No, not
not that. Not that Diana Prince. The other one.
I also want to quickly shout out
equally gorgeous though.
My friend April, who, if you recall, we talked about this a little bit on the Indie Creator thing that I did a couple weeks ago when we had her son and her husband, Scott and Sebastian, who's a husband and a son, talking about Super Team International 88, which did fully get funded. So issue 2 will be coming out, but she released a cookbook, Seasoned with Love or Grease. Check that out on Amazon. Also, there is a new addition to the Addicted Animal series.
What?
And if you're not familiar with the Addicted Animal, hold on, I got to go full screen here for a second.
I love that so much.
We have If You Give a Bunny a Beer.
Yep.
We have If You Give a Bear a Bong. We have If You Give a Kitty a Cocktail,
which is my favorite.
And I don't have the new one yet, but it's If You Give a Dog a Doobie. Now we do have an episode with Sam a while ago where we first covered Kitty, which is and he said he's got plans for an entire series of addicted
from
animals.
A to Z.
A to Z. We were
Wow.
I forget what show we were on. I was thinking it was that same show where we were trying to come up with different things that people in the chat were coming up with, like if you give a xenomorph a Xanax.
If you give a koala Quaalude.
Yes.
That was mine. Yeah.
Even though one's with a K, one's with a Q, but
It's
they
the
sound
well, I mean, like Kitty and Cocktail. It's
yeah,
just-
K and C.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as it's the same, phonetic coincidence. That and if you give a jackalope a joint, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
I do. That's from Chris Nagro, who has been like a champ of putting in comments today. See, when I'm looking at it on my screen, all I see is Facebook user. But if I look over at Ash's phone, because she's got the live stream going to help boost our numbers, I can see who's commenting.
No, that's not why I have it going.
That's totally.
I have it
why.
going so you can see people's names.
I also
to boost ratings.
I also want
It's
to
called
talk
inflation.
about Devastation Class from Elaine Mungin and Glenn Zipper. Glenn also produced the Challenger documentary that's on Netflix right now, which I have yet to watch, but I really want to. It was number 3 on Netflix.
It is currently trending, so that's crazy. That's awesome.
It was just behind
I'm really
Cobra Kai.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that series, and because it was one of those like because of your interest in this, Netflix recommends this. And so there's also a new it's like a flight aerospace series with Hilary Swank.
Yes, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I forget the name of it.
So I forget the name of it, but it was like, because of your interest in this Challenger series, like here are some other space shit. And I was like, yeah, Netflix, I love space shit.
So I'm gonna
Yeah.
speaking of recommendations based on your interests, I got a thing about a week ago. I don't know if I told you about this, Jeanette, but my Amazon thing came up. It's like, oh, because of your interest, you might be interested in how much do you tip an exorcist? And I was like, oh,
gee,
yeah, wonder where you
I wanted your own book. That's a good day. That's a good day.
your own book is being recommended to you. I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
I think I might buy a couple, like 40 copies or so.
Remember, 4 copies each. For people who weren't paying attention earlier or weren't on the show earlier, you have to buy 4 copies. One that you read, one that I sign, one that Jeanette signs, one that we both sign. And I you any copy I sign will be worth $9.99.
At least.
I don't include tax. $9.99.
No.
Exactly. It will neither appreciate nor depreciate.
I love it.
But Jeanette, I'm gonna send you one of these nice posters because we need to have the poster. I won't sign it unless you want me to. Maybe I'll send you 2. One with, one without.
No, just sign it.
Because I have to get one signed by you then.
Yeah. Well, you mail 2. One you sign, and then one I'll mail it back after I sign it. You know.
Right. And then we can each sign the one that we have. Did you seriously sign your own shit and hang it up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the time. Actually.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I do actually, but I'm an artist. So here's my desk. I don't know. There you go.
I have that same Deadites poster.
Yeah, that's not my art, but I love it.
No, it's not your art. It's I don't know where the hell it is.
So
Probably
good.
behind my head. Probably behind my fat head. No, there it is. There it is. You see, it's right above Exorcist.
Yeah.
Of,
Wait,
such a good poster.
Right
Where's
above.
my arm? Where's my arm?
Right above the autographed Ninja Turtle there. And look who's in the chat. It's Jess. We were just talking about Jess. Jess is the best. Jess, you can follow her at Hot Wheels Official on Instagram. And
Hot Wheels
Facebook.
with a Z.
Hot Wheels _official.
Yes.
You can follow her on that. She does amazing work. I will be sure
She
to buy
likes
a copy
blood.
of Jeanette.
Nice.
I like this. I will be sure to buy a copy of Jeanette's How Much You Tip an Exorcist and I'll get signatures in it in the future from you, Ashes, and Jeanette.
Yay!
Ashes was I mean I could have listed you as a consultant.
I mean, editor. I
Read the book.
edited some of
You
those.
edited some of it.
I did, yes.
Josh took the editing credit though.
Well, I mean, yes, but before you submitted everything,
Especially because at
it
one
was
point he
edited
was
at
like,
one point.
he was like, "Hey, I see you spelled Jeanette's name 3 different ways. Which is the correct way?"
That's a good catch.
Wrong on a couple of different things. Like I'd put extra N's.
Yep.
But yeah, Jess, you can also find her Fridays and Saturdays all through October at the Haunted Hydro in Fremont, Ohio.
You know, I really wish that it wasn't this year. This year being this
She'll
year.
be there next year.
Because I want to go there so bad. So bad. The more I hear about it, and I heard I listened to the episode that you did, Patsy.
Yeah, the interview
with
last week.
Jessica and
Crazy Bob.
Yes. And oh my goodness, it just sounds like a really good time.
And I definitely I was able to take some of that audio and turn it into a promo.
Nice.
Which I've played a few times, and I think both Jeanette and Bob enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not Jess. I'm looking at you.
But you're correct. I did enjoy it. I was actually thinking, how do you know that I enjoyed that so much?
Jess and Bob both enjoyed it, which was kind of my goal. But I love making commercials and stuff like that, which is why I don't mind plugging stuff when I'm talking to people who are filmmakers. Like, hey, anybody who needs some voiceover, I'll do it.
Who wants me to do some stuff?
But yeah, Ash is going to be writing and directing her first.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I didn't realize I was going to be writing and directing my first short film, but apparently I am. That was news to me a couple weeks ago.
When are you slated to bring it to life?
December-ish.
Well, it's Patsy's like, hey, I have this thing going on, and I was like, hey, so I kind of have this idea. And then he was talking to this person who's putting this anthology together and was like, yeah, so Ash can just do her own thing. And I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, I because he's like, oh yeah, this is what we could do. And I was like, well, she's already got an idea and she should direct. And they were like, okay.
I mean, like it's really simplistic, but effective, I think, for a short film based on true events.
Yes,
so
inspired by true events.
So odds are it's probably going to be written, directed, and starring yours truly, just because it just works out. I had all I thought that it was going to be my vision, but he was going to write it, Patsy was going to write it, and that we would work on it together. But Patrick already has his film in the works, his own short film that he has written, and the script is set in stone for the most part.
Yep.
And pretty well casted. That unfortunately was kind of disheveled a little bit by
it was
COVID.
Supposed to film in April,
but it's going to be filming next year, and he kind of wants to keep it that way. He kind of wants to keep his first script and directorial debut his own, which I completely understand. I get, and he wants to do it for his 40th birthday.
I want to shoot on April 3rd, which is the day after my 40th birthday.
So, yeah. So I have no issue, writing and directing my own short film. I just thought that I always thought that I would be in front of the camera, which I mean, I may be. for this, it's a pretty simple idea. But like I said, pretty effective, I think. And I think that audiences will be really pleased with what the overall finished product.
Yeah.
But it's just getting from point A to point B that I'm just kind of like, oh, I don't know what to do.
But we're gonna power through it.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't written in years. It's something that I've been like kind of projecting onto you. Like, hey, ideas, writer, you write this, go, kind of in a muse like way. But now it's just kind of like, hey, it's your idea, you write it, you do the stuff. And I'm just kind of like,
I mean, I will help.
Okay. Well, and I know you will help, but it's
I'll
just
take an assistant screenwriter credit.
I know
throw that shit on IMDb.
I know a lot of people have been delving into new things during, this whole COVID crisis, this pandemic. Some people have been in quarantine and have been, baking new things, learning new recipes, learning new crafts. And I think that is so awesome. And a lot of people have decided that this is now the time to work on their passion projects, because now more than ever, we need to do something that makes us happy. And I think that if you are sitting on something, if you are like, hey, I've always wanted to do this, or I've always wanted to do that, do it now,
Do it now.
Yeah, do it right now. And now more than ever, just put yourself on the table, put it out there. What have you got to lose?
Yeah, go by what Dante said.
Yeah, exactly. I know a lot of people who have been working on a bunch of really great things who, have put this time to really just phenomenal use. And you never know what's going to happen. And at the end of the day, like, what are you going to lose? I was talking to a friend of mine who she has been furloughed, and I asked her, so what have you been doing with your free time? Have you been learning new things? Have you been, she's been taking violin lessons, which I think is fantastic. And she's like, I kind of want to write something. She's like, I've always wanted to write something, but I'm not sure what, and I don't think I'd be good enough. And I said, well, what's your ultimate goal? And she's like, I just want to write something for me. I said, well, then do that. Write something for you. Write something that you want to read. She's like, well, I don't think I'll be good enough.
For yourself?
Right. And I was like, well, fuck that. She's like, well, I used to write poetry. And I said, me too. And I've always wanted to write a book of poetry. And now I'm just kind of like, you know what? Fuck everything. Fuck everyone. I'm going to do it. I'm going to release a book of poetry at some point, because at the point, the world is ending. What have we got to lose? But I feel
a book of poetry if you don't write it. So let's not lose that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, I feel like now's a really good time to just kind of tap into that untapped potential that you have. And, if you have that kind of free time, if you are in that mindset, if you are able to, do something that you haven't done before, learn a new craft, learn a new recipe, and who knows what could come of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, until you try, you have no clue what's going to happen.
It's so true. I've definitely taken this quarantine to I've been writing a lot more. I've been learning Italian finally. That's been
wait, hold on. You have been learning Italian?
Yeah, just on an app.
Still,
like terrible.
That's impressive.
I'm with you. I've written more stuff recently. I've started reworking a story that I did a while ago that has dozens of pages of notes and outlines. I've started another podcast, and then I started another podcast. Like, I'm trying to promote my book. I'm working full time.
Your book? You say our book?
Well, it's definitely our book.
He did most of it.
I'm trying to promote the book.
I actually frequently call it my book too. So if you get overly possessive, it's fine.
No,
I'm doing the same thing.
When you're explaining it to someone, it's like, yeah, especially if it's someone that like the way you're trying to explain, it's like, yes, this is my book. It's like, yeah. It's 50-50. It's my story, it's your art, and it wouldn't, I mean, it would probably be great with just your art, but the stories kind of give the art a little context.
It's way better with them combined. I genuinely feel that way.
And it's, I know it.
Wait, so let me interview the both of you.
Oh, Jeeves.
About this book. This is, I'm going to have fun with this. So, Patsy and Jeanette, thank you so much for joining me today. It's so great that we could all be in the same place at the same time. So you both have this new book coming out. It was available for pre-order, and I know some people have already received their books, but the majority of people are eagerly anticipating the postman coming to their door and delivering their book. So in the meantime, let me ask you both, how did this whole collaboration come about? I'll start with you, Jeanette.
Okay. Well, I think we made friends at Rock and Shock. Is that where that happened?
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
And then you're like, I have these 2-sentence horror stories. Want to do a thing together? And I was like, hell yeah, I just started a blog. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And then it kind of just grew.
I was looking for any type of exposure I could get. And
I wanted friends. That's generally my motivation.
I remember this meeting because I think we all met at Rock and Shock, and I believe it was a Deadite show.
Yep.
So I think we can thank the Deadites for how much. Thank you, Mr. Mars, for how much do you tip an exorcist?
And there is a Dynamo Mars story. Like, a lot of this was inspired. There's one of the stories is called Tiny White Will Punch Your Fucking Lights Out, which is based on the Deadites' old website. There's a story called Too Ugly for Heaven, which is the Dynamo Mars story based on my favorite Deadite song. Yeah, like the Deadites have contributed a lot to my story.
So, to my knowledge, this whole thing came about as a promotional piece called Horror Haikus Day. Is that correct?
Yeah. So it actually started with 2-sentence story Tuesday, kind of based on the Reddit 2-sentence story horror stories thread.
Yep.
And then you had all these haiku, and I'm like, oh, we were doing 2-sentence Tuesdays. So what could we do that's like a Tuesday, like haikus day, and that's like
Hike Wednesday.
Hike Wednesday. So I am kind of proud of it because I still see the hashtag like thriving on Twitter.
Yes.
For the longest time, even after our collaboration had ended on Horror Haikus Day, literally for years, it was the only. Every week I would post artwork and as a prompt, and then like a haiku. And I think I just got a little burnt out on it for a while there, mostly because 2019 and 2020 for me are basically the same year, to give you an idea of how bad 2019 was. But it still brings me so much joy to see like that hashtag pop up, because I have notifications turned on for that specific one, and see people just continuing to make these clever, fun, spooky little bits of like weird poetry. And I'm so glad that if that's all I bring to the universe, I'm happy.
Yeah, and it was really cool. Like, I feel the same way. Like, I still occasionally see that come popping up, and it's like, oh, that's fucking great.
Isn't that fun? Like, we made that. We made Horror Haikus Day. That didn't exist before us.
Still going 5 years later.
And I love that in one of the comments in response to just the book and everything, I believe it was in like a New England horror writers group or whatever, you responded, Horror Haikus Day grew up. And
Yeah.
I just fucking love that so much because it's so true.
Yeah.
It's like horror haikus graduated into this great like adult coffee table book, this adult picture book that is full of haikus and 2-sentence stories and short stories with 32 illustrations,
Something like that. Yeah, true.
40
illustrations.
Was it 40? Good lord. Oh yeah, because I did the chapter headings too.
Yes, I was just counting the headings.
Do wish that I had a little bit more time so that I could do full illustrations for the stories.
Well, guess
So
what?
if we do a round 2, like a second printing, I'm gonna illustrate your stories too.
Well, the next book that comes out, because we'll be working together again, especially if this is successful. We'll be working together again because I've already got some ideas. Because there's some unused stuff that we didn't put in this book. Remember?
Bum bum, dramatic music.
So we'll be adding some more new. Well, not new because they're half a decade old, but we have some 2-sentence stories and some horror haikus that have not been used.
So, Jeanette, I know that you specifically went through and I guess I should say revamped some of these illustrations, pretty much all of these illustrations.
I redid all of them.
For the book. Was it incredible or as amazing to you to see the progression from the original illustrations to what you're drawing now?
It was so fun actually redoing them, because part of why I had to redo them was when I first started doing those illustrations, I was learning how to do Photoshop. And in fact, I digital art in general, I didn't have Photoshop at that point. So I was just mucking about, like photo manipulating things I found online, not using copyright free images, things like that. I was just like, I'm making some art. Here you go, internet. I don't know any better. Now I know better. But also that's a good thing that I had the opportunity, and I'm glad you worked with me so that I could redo these. But also I didn't want to publish those first ones because I'm like, I was just learning how to do the illustration thing outside of being a filmmaker, because before that all I'd ever done was renderings for things. So they were art for a purpose. It wasn't art for the sake of art. And since 2015, I've been doing a lot of illustration work. So to be able to take what I had at the beginning and just redo every single one, it was so satisfying being like, oh, if I had known the things that I knew then, this is how I would draw it. And to just like add new poses, to add new composition and more character. And one of the things I tried to do in this book was to add more diversity, because I realized in the first round, I was like, wow, you draw a lot of white people, huh? White women specifically. Can you mix it up just a little bit?
No.
Well, a lot of these were also like a lot of people were being killed or in circumstances, so you also you have to be sensitive, like, oh well, who's this like getting gutted? Oh, that's my neighbor, Chad.
Yep.
you have to kind of.
Or there was one that was one of my favorites from the first round, actually. That was Cheat Day. No, it wasn't Cheat Day. It was the kind of political one. I made it political, but it was about neighbors and like neighborhood barbecue. I think it was Cheat Day. And in the original one, it was a certain politician's head on the barbecue.
Grill. Yep.
And I did change it for the book, because I'm like, I kind of want to hint at it rather than very specifically vent my political frustrations.
Yeah, and I think it's subtle.
That was my goal. Make it more subtle, because before it was not.
The name tag and a sign and
this is this person.
But I will say the art you did, was it easier to do it in grayscale?
Yes. So that was one thing I really liked about redoing the art as well, was before it was just this random, because I was doing it basically one a week. Even just doing one illustration a week, my art style changed every single week. You know, you get 52 in, you're like, whoa, that's a different artist, right? So this time I did all of the sketches first, then all of the inking, and then all of the digitizing in one big, like, 2 month, 1 month chunk. Was it? No, it was like 3 months. I don't know. Every waking moment, I was just drawing.
Yeah, it was just art all the time.
Yeah. I was just like, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to listen to podcasts, drink probably a gin and tonic, and then, like, draw. That was my time. That's how I spent the first chunk of quarantine.
Yeah, and I liked some of the color choices you made in the first one, but like I think this book lent itself much better to black and white, and like let folks fill it in with their own imagination. Because one of my favorite ones was costume.
Yeah.
You kept the same basic design for the monster, but like you definitely changed it up, and you definitely changed the person that was with it.
Yeah.
That's the one that's me. I really enjoy what.
Well, I mean, first of all, I'm running this interview, so shut up. Well, I mean, I have some questions for you.
Uh-oh.
So, what is it like to see these words that you wrote so long ago? Because this is a collaboration that's, what, 8 years in the making?
Yeah.
For the most part?
Yeah.
How does it feel to have something that you've worked so hard on, so long?
She said hard on.
God, now I can't even think. Shut up.
How does it
How
feel?
does it feel to have something that you've worked so diligently on, so long on? Because this was a collaboration that did span over 8 years to finally come into fruition in this book that you've been like, hey, I think it would be really cool if this could be a book. Like, I have all of this stuff, all of this writings, and we have all of these illustrations. Like, it would be really great to kind of have this adult coffee table book that people can just pick up and enjoy at their whim.
Well, it's funny because like this is something that like I would talk to people about for like the past 5 years.
You've had the name of this.
How much
had
do
the
you tip an
title
exorcist
out
is
of the book for God ever.
Yes.
Like, how much do you tip an exorcist? Like, plays in my sleep.
Like,
it's just like ingrained into my psyche at this point.
Every time I told someone about it, they were like, "Oh
I
my
should
God,
probably
I
just
love
get
that."
it tattooed on me at this point. How much do you tip an exorcist? Because I've heard it so many times.
Yeah, and every time I would say,
but it's brilliant.
Let me finish. Oh my God!
Interview. You have
you
talked
asked
enough.
a question. I'm trying to answer it.
Stop it.
You're asking how it felt. I didn't get a chance to answer.
Well, how did it feel?
Well, like you were saying, like I said, I would bring this up to anybody who would listen, because I was hoping, kind of like what Dante was saying, like, hey, if I tell enough people about this, somebody might think it's a good idea and somebody might take a chance on it. And eventually that happened at not Super Mega Fest,
Rock and Shock of last year.
No, prior to that, the one we went to before that,
Terrificon
in Connecticut, where we ran into Ben Goldsmith
last year,
who we had met at Scaricon a couple months prior.
Yes, because his booth was not too far from ours.
Yes, the Source Point Press booth. And so he was selling some of the comics that he had written. And we became friends after we had him on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about Chongo the Broken Veil, which I have right over there.
Yep, we pre-ordered it and it came in.
I don't have it within arm's reach.
But we also have multiple copies of the
Beyond the Demon, the Sea.
And
Seance Room.
The Seance Room. Yeah, I really like that one.
But we had gotten chatting, and it was his birthday at Terrificon, and he gave us some cake, and we were chatting about stuff, and he was like, "Oh, I didn't know you wrote stuff too." He's like, "Well, what have you written?" And I explained it to him, and he's like, "Why didn't you tell me that you like write prose? Like, we have a prose department at Source Point, and we're always looking for stuff."
That's so
He's
cool.
like, "Are you going to be at Boston Fan Expo?" And I said, "No." And he's like, "Well, and this was August, and he's like, all right, well, Rock and Shock, Josh is going to be there, Josh Werner, who edited the book, and not knowing how to pitch a book because I'd never done it before, I took everything that I had and printed it out on 8.5 by 11 paper.
Nice.
Plus, it would really show off your art, so I put the art with the words, and I had this big fucking ream of paper and I dropped it on Josh's table, and it flipped the table. No. And I was like, this is what I have. What do you think? And he's like, well, do you have a title? And I said, yeah, how much do you tip an exorcist? And he just stopped and looked at me and goes, that's a great fucking title. He goes, I can sell this on the title alone.
Yeah.
And he's like the fact that the art is really good, like, because I don't think he had read any of it, but like one of the things I did, and this will be like talking about Easter eggs and meta stuff from earlier. There is a sheet that has like an invoice for an exorcism.
Yeah.
And I actually found out what the tax rate was in Georgetown, where the house from The Exorcist was, worked backwards from that to make it so the total of the bill would come out to $666 and like put all this like Exorcist trivia stuff into it. And I was like, oh, I was thinking about this for the cover. And he's like, that's not a good cover. I'm like, I was thinking of something else for the cover. But he put it in, he added all the extra, like the rosary beads and the cross and like all the extra stuff to kind of go along with it. So it looked like it was sitting on someone's desk. And I thought that was a really nice touch. Like, I liked that idea. Like, sometimes I get like a really clever idea and I was like, oh, this is cool. Like, very few people are going to understand this, but like, it looks cool either way, even if you don't get the hidden reference.
Yeah.
But like, he included it in the book. Like, your cover was phenomenal. And I've told the story 100 times. We were texting back and forth and he was like, hey, do you want to see the cover wrap? And I was like, yeah. And I was at Walmart and I opened it up on my phone and it was all I could do to not start crying in the middle of the cracker section at Walmart.
He texts me. He's like, I'm about to cry in Walmart. I'm like, yeah, you're probably not the first person to do that.
I had a very similar reaction. Even though this isn't my first book that has been published, it's still like there's something so just genuinely incredibly personal about this book to me, and probably because we've been friends for so long and working on this together just even casually for so long. It's like a manifestation of so many things, and to see the cover art with the text on it and the wrap, I was just like, it's real.
I still like, I did an interview for this. Like, Chris from Source Point interviewed me, and it was like I'm used to doing the interview, being on the other side of it. Like, even just talking about it sometimes, like our friend Alex DiVincenzo messages me like out of the blue, like a little while, a few days later. And he's like, dude, I just got this press release. And it was the press release for the book. And
that's so cool.
And there's like someone other than me and Ashes and you liked the book. And like say things about it. I will ask one thing of people. I know like Amazon's not the most favorable place right now, but if you get the book and you like it or you don't like it, whatever, leave us a review.
Yes, please.
Don't just like, oh, 5 stars, it was amazing, it's the best thing ever. Like, be honest in it. Like, I'm okay
It
to
would
give
be
me a 4-star review. I understand that not all of my stories, like Rise of the Vanquished, not a story everyone's going to like. I can tell you that right now. Because of the subject matter and how that ends, I understand. Like, that was me stepping outside of my comfort zone on that particular
But
story.
see, I like that. I thought it was interesting.
Oh, it's interesting, but it's The Lost Ball I like.
Obviously, Winter's
Discontent is the best fucking thing in that book. Like, that's just how
and
I
that's
feel.
just the beginning.
That is the beginning of my rewrite of this huge thing that I wrote one book of it, and it's awful, and it was published by a terrible publisher.
Oh no.
Called Mist and Shadow. This is a huge undertaking that has been kicking around in my head
for years.
Yeah, close to 20 years. And all of my creativity and all of my inspirations, everything is going into this book, and it probably won't
You're
be ready.
welcome.
Yeah.
Yay.
Ashes will be the head of a witch coven. All of this
You're welcome.
is going into
It's an easy bake coven.
Yes. All of everything I have is going into this project, and this is going to be like my magnum opus. Like, I love it. I'm inspired by Stephen
it's his
King's
Lord of the
Tower,
Rings. Like
the Lord of the Rings. Well, there's a little bit. It's fantasy. It's if anyone's familiar with John Christopher's Tripod trilogy, the White Mountain trilogy. No, the Tripod trilogy. The first book is the White Mountains, which I read when I was 10, and I didn't find the sequels until I was 30. I found out that there were 2 sequels after, and finally read the whole thing. And Schmoose just fell off the chair because she was so sound asleep. She just almost fell.
It's the cat for those listening at home.
Yeah,
yes,
Bobby
it's the cat. Bobby, Moose, Schmoosey. She was a cat of many names.
Bobby Jr.
Yes.
But yeah, there's so much that's going into this. And, obviously I'm going to need some amazing illustrations. I have a map. I have a detailed map of this world. It has moons. It has different plant life. Like,
cool.
There's so much. Like, it's Game of Thrones. It's the Dark Tower. It's alien invasion. Like, it's post-apocalyptic. There's no clear hero or villain. Like, there's a force and an opposing force.
Cool.
And just
kind of like a choose your own adventure. It's up to you to
It's
decide.
very much Game of Thrones where this is the character I like. And it's very much just because someone is ugly doesn't mean they're a bad guy, like a Lord of the Rings type thing.
Mm-hmm.
But there's fantasy elements, but it's science. It's the Arthur C. Clarke. Any sufficiently advanced technology would be indistinguishable from magic. But there's magic,
cool.
And there's werewolves and vampires and witches and giant sharks. And
of course, there's a giant shark.
Well, there's a character called the Shark Knight. Like, that's who he is.
That's awesome.
Like,
yeah, so when you first started talking about this, I thought this was something else of yours that I had read. This is not something I have read yet.
No, and then I've got my
my
other vampire thing, Cycle of the Hunter, which I think is a really good title.
That is a very good title.
But it needs to be rewritten.
It needs to grow a little bit.
But again, that was published in 2008 and was written 6 times, and it needs to be written at least a 7th.
That's what editing's for, though. You're never going to get the story's not going to come out right the first time.
The first time I wrote it, it was 50 pages. I introduced 22 characters and killed off 20 of them in 50 pages. Like, how do you do it? Yeah, like it was
either hilarious or absolutely tragic.
It was tragic. It was terrible, and but every time I write something, I want to do something better. It's like your art, like you were just saying, like over the course of 52 weeks, you start with week 1, by week 10 and week 15, like your art is improving. Like every time I write something, I want the next thing to be better, and you can kind of see that with this book. Like some of these stories, you'll read them and be like, oh, that's interesting. Like the librarian versus the controller, which is heavily inspired by Blaine the Mono from the Wastelands and Wizard and Glass.
But I guess, long story short, I just want to say that
buy my book.
There's that, but I mean, Jeanette, I have known you for at least the past 8 years, probably at least 9 years at this point, thanks to the Deadites and Rock and Shock and everything else. And Patsy, I've known you for centuries at this point.
Oh, hundreds of years.
It's been a long time.
Ever since we both escaped from hell.
Yeah. Our souls have been intertwined for eons. You know, I can't say this without getting like all misty eyed, and I'm afraid to, because my eyelashes are glued on right now.
Yeah.
I'm afraid
you can't cry with
well, we're over time, so you can just do what you need to do.
I'm really proud of you guys. I really am. I think that this whole project, seeing it come to fruition and seeing it actually happen, you know, it's something that was talked about for so long, and then for someone to be like, yeah, I want to take a chance on this.
Yeah.
My heart was aflutter, and you know, to see it kind of come together so quickly, and I think it was easy for them to take a chance on this because of the talent of the artwork and the talent of the word. You know, it just wrote itself.
I will say that there was no way I was going to do this book or have this book published, because he offered me, you know, because it's a comic book company. He's like, oh yeah, we have tons of artists and this and that. And I said, there's no way without Jeanette. Like this, I can't.
The words and the artwork just, I mean, especially because they were made in collaboration with each other for so long.
Yeah.
You know, there's no way that it could happen one without the other.
No, because some of these stories wouldn't exist without the artwork, because every time she put out a piece of art, I was like, shit, I got to come up with something better to meet the level of the challenge that I've been faced with.
We kind of were. We were kind of like, all right, the glove is down. Your turn. Like in a positive way.
It was like
it's kind of like Jeanette was kind of like, hey, boy, let me see what you got. And you were like, oh, shit, she drew this. Hey, girl, let me see what you got. And then you were like, oh, shit, he wrote this. Well, let me draw this.
It was like,
and it was like you guys just kind of working off of each other, you know, trying to, almost like, pushing each other, kind of trying to outdo each other.
It was every dance battle in an 80s movie.
Yes.
It really is.
But in like the most friendliest rap battle of ways. Like, you guys work together so well. And I think that this book is just truly an accomplishment. And I'm so glad that soon all of the people who pre-ordered it will have it in their little paws, including yours truly. Well, I cannot wait to see it.
Based on the FedEx tracking, I am showing, hold on, no, that's not it.
I think we're supposed to get it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think that when I last checked, it was expected to arrive within the next 24 hours. So as an estimated arrival date of Saturday of the 19th, and I'm really excited. So I hope you guys really just, you know, enjoy this time, enjoy the fruits of your labor. And, you know, I really can't wait to see what you guys collaborate on next, because for some reason, your illustrations, Jeanette, and your words, Patsy, just kind of work together really well.
Yeah.
From the same type of spooky background, like we.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it all helps that we're all friends. First of all, like, we all really like each other. Like, I hate the fact that we haven't seen you and your amazing husband Alex for fucking ever at this, but it's been almost a year since we last seen you.
If not more, because I don't think we made it to Rock and Shock last year either.
you know, so it's just, it kind of breaks my heart. So I'm really glad that I kind of get to see your picture on screen right now.
I'm really enjoying the face.
No, it's not the same as hugging you in real life because you give really good hugs. But
I miss hugs. If anything, that's the thing I miss most.
Right.
From pre-COVID, the ability to hug
realize
people.
how much of a hugger I was until COVID happened. And I'm like, oh my God, when this thing breaks, all of you are getting hugged for like at least an hour.
That was
at least.
I mean, you want to hear something heartbreaking? Like the one thing my dad wanted for Father's Day was to hug his kids. Like, that's all he wanted.
Yeah.
So it's like, how do I say no to that?
You can't. You can't.
I mean, obviously we, made sure that nothing was, there was nothing going on.
Yeah. We're trying to take all the necessary precautions, but I mean, you never know, so long story short, stay safe out there, kids.
Yeah.
And if you have not purchased How Much Do You Tip an Exorcist, it is available through SourcePoint Press. It is also available on Amazon and through Barnes and Noble.
Link in the show notes.
Link in the show notes.
Oh, and you can also get these fancy shirts.
Yeah.
For those at home who are listening who cannot
$20 for the
see
shirt.
this, there are t-shirts with the cover art of How Much Do You Tip an Exorcist. And it actually, this art really lends itself nicely to a t-shirt. Like,
And it
I
matches your beard.
probably this, and I don't usually wear t-shirts.
Our delightful friend Colleen picked one up and she made a post. She's like, "Oh, look at my nice haircut and also this great shirt I have."
Yeah.
No, we don't get royalties for the shirts, but
It's
really
just,
like the shirt.
it's just it's a really great shirt. Like the art, the artwork on the black background of the t-shirt, like it's a really
The
like
reddish,
sharp looking
pinkish,
shirt.
purplish,
Yeah.
like all the tones that kind of mesh together really well. And again, it matches my beard and your hair like it's fucking perfect.
That was on purpose.
Because she's smart.
That's another reason.
I couldn't give it any other color. If that book had one other color, it had to be your specific shade of magenta.
I will.
Thank you.
I do want to say. I want to say one thing when it comes to the cover, when it comes to the art, because this is also the art for the short story Gratuity, where the title of the book came from. It's not short story. I'm sorry, haiku.
The 2-sentence story.
The haiku.
Oh, is a haiku?
This
Haiku.
one was a haiku, yeah.
Or haiku.
Yeah, Gratuity. I had no fucking clue how to illustrate that. I had no clue what I wanted. I said, Jeanette, pick something. And she came up with this art.
Jeanette,
and I was
do
like,
this.
well, that's how much trust I had in her. It was like, I knew she's going to come up with something amazing. Like, this isn't how my mind is working. Like, I can usually picture stuff that's in my stories. I couldn't picture how this would work. Like, I had a vision of like a priest handing someone a bill, which is where that like invoice came from.
Yeah.
But like when she did, I was like, that's it. That
Yeah, the way I had read it was, plus one of the things that I felt like was part of this game we played together as we like creatively duel each week was I wanted to make a piece of art that would surprise you. So that way it fits with what you would write. And then I'd be like, but I want to get like a giggle or like a, oh, like that's a cool kind of moment from you. So that was always my goal, was to try and come up with some way
I wish
to surprise you.
My reactions as I opened up the files where you gave me all the artwork, which I immediately saved into like 3 different places. And then I went and showed her and I was like, look at this.
He didn't show me everything. So looking, upon receiving this book and looking at everything, it's
she's going to be seeing some of this for the first
time.
time.
I'm going to be really surprised. So a lot of these stories, I know, I think I've heard all of them.
Yes.
At some point. So some of them may be like, oh yeah, I heard that, a while ago. But the artwork, he only showed me a couple of pieces. He didn't show me everything.
I love it.
So I'm really eager to see all of the artwork, especially the one that I'm involved with, apparently.
But yeah,
I don't know if I did a good job representing you, but the effort was there. Daylight is
logo.
supposed to be you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, our shore. We don't even mention that enough. Jeanette did.
Oh, I just
the
put it up on
Throwdown
the screen.
Hey.
Well, I wasn't sure how to do this. Like,
which is fantastic. We get so many compliments on our logo because it's so fun and cartoony and like lends itself to merch really well.
and again, you did the original logo,
Yeah.
and
I
that's
did
really good.
so much better the second one.
So much better. Like the art style, like everything is so much better. And I will say, these weren't. She didn't charge us for these because she's amazing, but you definitely got paid for the artwork in this book, and you will
I did, yeah.
get paid for the artwork in this book.
Hashtag pay your artists.
I really appreciate it.
Well,
because it was like
in the
gonna be at least 90 hours to redo the artwork, and I think I went over that.
I still think I undercharged you.
I don't care.
I do, because as long as these books keep selling, like I'm gonna make sure to keep giving you money.
And speaking of selling, what's crazy is, we were told initially that, because Source Point Press is predominantly a comic book company, that's their main seller. So yes, they do have prose, they do publish novels and what have you, which is fantastic, but those don't sell as well.
I was told keep my expectations low.
Yeah, he was told to, and we were like, okay, we'll keep things realistic. So
a couple hundred books, it'll be fine.
This has already exceeded their expectations.
They put in a specific order, and then they were like, shit, there were way more pre-orders than we thought there were going to be. We need to order more books.
And that's pre-orders. That's not, the people who have said, hey, I'm going to be purchasing this book.
Right.
So that is crazy, first of all. And I'm so excited for you guys.
I can't wait to see.
That's fantastic.
Like I said it earlier a couple times during this 4-hour and 20-minute show. I said I will do a live unboxing tomorrow. I will get the box and I will open it up, and you will see my reaction the first time I get to see this book. I have not seen it. I know our buddy Carando received it. Our buddy Corey, and shout out to Corey in the
First Time Mike.
But shout out to Corey on the Movie Massacre podcast for not only
the canopy.
Let me finish.
Okay.
For not only buying the book, but then promoting it on his show. Aww. And posting links and where you can pick the book up as well. So I really appreciate him doing that. But yeah, Corey does the show with our buddy Evil Corny, and
not Evil Horny.
Not Evil Horny. But
that's a different
screw something up once accidentally.
But yeah,
and you never live it down.
I forgot to put up our.
No, never.
I didn't know how I was supposed to do that. I know now you're supposed to click on the logo, and it appears in the corner now. But that's I just upgraded this about an hour before.
Oh no.
The show, so I didn't have time to put everything in because I was very busy during work today. But I think this is about time to go because Jeanette has been on almost as long as we have.
Oh, I took advantage of that technical issue to eat the dinner.
Yeah, you were able to sneak away for a moment.
Nice.
But you came back, which is all that matters. And thank you so much. I'm glad you got to meet some of these folks, and I'm looking forward to some of the opportunities that you got during the middle of this whole thing, which is kind of what I was hoping. There were folks that we did not get to chat with today. Scheduling issues, scheduling conflicts came up, but I want to thank everybody that did join. Dominic and Hansi and Dante and Emily and Amy, Jeanette, of course, everybody that joined in the show today. It really meant a lot that folks took time out of their day to talk to us. Spencer, again, even though he was on for a while. So yeah, all the stuff that we talked about and more in the show notes.
And shout out to Christopher Nigro and Justin Cooper for keeping us company in the comments section.
With all their awesome,
along with a couple of other people, but them predominantly.
They had the most comments. Yes.
Yes. You guys so much for your contributions to the show.
Check out Wild Hunt Press, Duel of the Monsters. That's a fun story, a fun anthology. And Chris, I'm still working on my story. I know it was due 2 weeks ago. But yes, I'm currently working on something for that too, but it's not quite done because I've been busy. But no excuse. There are deadlines for a reason. So Chris, I apologize, but if you still want it, I'm still working on that story. He is waving and taking a bow. But thank you all for watching and staying through this marathon show. 4 hours and 23 minutes right now. He says he looks forward to it, so I appreciate it. Yeah, and Jeanette, where do you like folks following you on the socials?
Currently, I am the most active on Instagram at Jeanette Andromeda. If you want slightly more randomness, at Jeanette Andromi, so no duh, on Twitter. And then I'm also on YouTube, but I have been trying to figure out what the heck I want to do with my video content again. But if you're curious to find out what I do, so am I, at Jeanette Andromeda on YouTube.
Notes, links in the notes.
And my blog. That one I've actually been working on, which is horrormade.com, as in you are making horror.
Oh, I don't think I put that link in.
That's okay. I'm so many places.
Yeah. I got a bunch of stuff. I got your, especially when you go to your YouTube channel, and the first thing is about how you had a painting stolen off stage.
Yeah.
So, oh, he says he still wants the story. Okay, good. So yeah, thank you everyone. We are gonna peace out. I desperately need water and sleep.
Yeah.
And Jeanette, I know you're used to functioning on almost no sleep, but I'm sure you would like to see your lovely husband and give him our love and our best, and keep some of that for yourself as well. You earned it.
Thanks. We send it all back too.
Well, we appreciate it. And we will see you guys soon. Take care. You'll probably see us again tomorrow and doing our live unboxing.
Woo.
Very excited. So with that being said, we will see you next
sometime
live video.
Bye guys.
Thanks guys. Bye everybody.